Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of True Crime with Kendall Ray. Thank you so much for joining me today. And if you are new to the show, then welcome. I'm so happy to have you here. And make sure to click subscribe so that you never miss an upload from me. And I hope you guys are all having a great day, at least maybe an okay day. But anyway, today I have a wild case for you guys. It seems like for the most part, I cover really three types of cases. I cover, obviously, murders and attempted murders, and then I also cover financial frauds, Ponzi schemes, things like that, and then also people who fake illnesses, and most of the time, that's cancer. And the case that I am going to be telling you about today involves all three of those. We're going to be talking about Natalie and Michael Cochran, and by all accounts, they seem to be living a very luxurious, happy life, happy couple, but it was all a lie. This case is definitely going to piss you off. It's equal parts infuriating and heartbreaking and just mind-blowing how someone can think they're going to get away with doing everything that she did. Also, I wanted to cover this case because this just went to trial in January of 2025. So this is very, very recent. I know you guys are going to have a lot to say on this one. I have a lot to say on this one. And I just already have so many thoughts coming to my head. So I want to just jump into it. And I want to start out by telling you more about Michael Cochran. So Michael Brandon Cochran was born on December 23rd of 1980 in Beckley, West Virginia. And he was actually an only child to his parents, Donna and Michael. But when he was 8, his stepdad, Ed Bolt, came into the picture, and the two of them grew incredibly close. In an interview where she talked about his childhood, Donna said that Michael Brandon was quite an impressive kid. She talked about how he never missed a day of school, how he was always on the principal's honor list, and how he was often involved in after-school clubs. Now, she didn't specifically say what those clubs were, so I'm not sure what he was involved with, but if I had to guess, they definitely had something to do with sports and possibly leadership as well. Because Michael was a very athletic person. He loved sports from a super young age, and that passion only grew as he got older. He also just had a major passion for his health, and he got really into lifting weights when he was younger. He actually got his first set of barbells at just the age of 10. And she said one of his favorite things to do was just go into his room, blast his music, and work out. And when he got a little older, he even got first place in a powerlifting competition. And his mother was super, super proud of him for that. And it was actually at a sporting goods fitness type store that he ended up meeting Natalie Jessup. Michael was just 17 at the time, and he had actually gone into the store with his mom, and Natalie just happened to be at the register. And Donna said that while they were at the store, she definitely noticed some flirting going on. And when they left, she even brought it up to Michael and said, that girl was definitely flirting with you, which he kind of brushed off. But not too long after that, Donna found out that the two of them were dating. And their relationship progressed very quickly. They both graduated high school and attended West Virginia University, where Michael studied information technology and Natalie studied to become a pharmacist. And to most people's surprise who knew them, they ended up getting engaged their first semester of college. So things, like I said, happened very, very quickly. In November of 1999, Natalie called Donna and said that they were getting married. And by May of 2000, they tied the knot. Now, from her interviews, Donna seemed to not be a big fan of this idea at all. And, she was concerned that things were moving so quickly and she wanted him to focus on school. And she expressed that to them, but by this point, the ball was already rolling. And unfortunately, something happened their senior year of college that caused a slight rift in the family. Now, Donna has kept the details private, so I'm not exactly sure what happened, but in her interview, she basically said that something happened and it sparked some problems. And whatever it was, Michael apologized for it, but Natalie never did. And I guess there had already been problems with her too, especially leading up to the wedding. I guess leading up to the big day, Natalie blew up at Donna over something, and I'm not sure if it's related to the other situation that they haven't been public about or what, but basically she tried to keep Donna and Ed from even going to their son's wedding, which is very, very sad. You would think you would want your parents, your partner's parents, to participate in such a big day for the sake of your partner, right? I mean, he was very close with his parents. And that's one thing that is very frustrating about Natalie is she's always tried to push this narrative that Michael wasn't close with his parents, and that's not true at all. I mean, every family, of course, has their problems and whatnot. And many people, for whatever reason, don't want their parents at their wedding or want to X them out of their lives. And I totally get that. But that is just not the case here at all. And to say that they weren't involved in his life, which is another narrative she tried to push, is just a blatant lie. And actually, recently it has come to light that she was lying to Donna and Ed, saying that Michael didn't want to be around them. And that was all just to try and keep them out of his life. But jumping back into the timeline here, Natalie and Michael went on to have 2 kids, a son and a daughter. And because their son is still a minor, I'm not going to be sharing his name or any photos of him with you today. But their other daughter, Nicole, is, I believe, around at least 20-ish years old and has been, featured in the media and everything, so you will hear me mention her by name. But anyway, the 4 of them settled into Daniels, West Virginia, on a beautiful 4-acre property that Michael practically renovated from top to bottom. And by all accounts, they were a normal, happy family living a very nice life. Michael was working in IT, and Natalie had a very nice job as a pharmacist, and they were also very active in their community. Michael was super involved in coaching his son's baseball and football teams, and she was described as a sports socialite who took on managing sports-related events, ordering jerseys, and things like that. She was even the treasurer of the middle school baseball program. And through everything they were involved in, that's how the Cochrans ended up meeting a lot of their friends. Chris and Jennifer Davis were probably their closest friends, and Chris ended up being a coach right alongside Michael, and he also became their family attorney. And soon enough, they were even going on vacations together, spending tons of time together. And because Natalie was a pharmacist, she ended up being a very valuable asset to the Davises when they found out that one of their sons had type 1 diabetes. Natalie actually specialized in diabetes management, so when he was diagnosed, she was the one teaching Chris and Jennifer everything they needed to know, from giving insulin shots to managing the disease, giving them tips. And I personally get the sense that the Cochrans really were a family that a lot of people would turn to because they always seemed like they were willing to lend a hand. One of their new friends was a woman named Toni, a mother, and she had actually lost her husband to leukemia. Keep that in mind because it's important later. But she said that when her husband passed, Michael really stepped up and tried to be a somewhat of a father figure to her children. Toni has 3 kids, and Michael took them fishing and to sports practices, and he really became super involved in each of their lives, which I think speaks very highly about Michael's character. Now, jumping forward a bit, in 2017, Natalie announced that she was quitting her job as a pharmacist, and she was going to be starting a new business, a government contracting business, and she did this because she was inspired by the movie War Dogs, which is a movie that I had never seen. I'm surprised I've never seen it because it's very similar, in my opinion, to Wolf on Wall Street, which is one of my favorite movies of all time. And I decided to watch it last night just to get a better sense of where Natalie's head was at, because the movie comes up again later on. And I really enjoyed it. It's wild, and it was interesting to learn more about this world of government contracting businesses because it was actually something I really knew nothing about. But if you haven't seen it, War Dogs is a movie starring Jonah Hill and Miles Teller, and they take advantage of a government initiative that allows businesses to bid on military contracts. In the movie, which is inspired by a true story actually, they land this $300 million contract where they have to supply ammunition to the Afghan National Army. And this is a little bit of a spoiler alert, so if you want to watch the movie, maybe just skip a couple seconds forward, but it's not too much of a spoiler. Basically, they end up way in over their heads because they put in a bid for a contract, and it is like, I can't remember exactly, I want to say like $50 million less than the competing offers. And so they kind of did the math wrong and have to cut corners to try and fill the agreement. And eventually they end up in prison. And it's crazy because the foreshadowing of her loving this movie so much and being inspired to start her business because of it is just honestly uncanny. And what blew my mind, and the reason I decided to watch it for myself, is because Natalie would tell her friends that she would have new employees watch the movie as an onboarding video, which makes zero sense to me. Why would you ever want to set your employees up to think this is how we're going to do things or this is what could happen to us? It's just concerning on so many levels and so whack. Not to mention, it's just so unprofessional on so many levels to have something like War Dogs be an onboarding video for any company, to have a movie be an onboarding video for new employees. Wild shit. And for those who don't know, which was me before learning about this case and watching War Dogs myself, a government contract business is a company that provides goods and services to the government in exchange for payment. For a long time, when it came to government contracts for the military, at least, and forgive me if I sound dumb here, I don't completely understand this world, but from what I do understand, for the most part, those contracts were offered to huge businesses, huge corporations. And at some point, the government decided to kind of level the playing field a little bit by offering some of those contracts to smaller businesses as well. And really anyone, any small business, any civilian can bid for a government contract. For example, and forgive me because this is the best example I can come up with, and I'm very, new to this world. I have no idea how it really works, but let's say the government is putting out a request for 30,000 cases of ammunition. This request gets submitted online, and then businesses can submit their bids to try and win the contract. And one company might offer to get them the amount at a lesser price, but it's going to take longer to fulfill the contract. And, X, Y, Z, everyone's, offers a little bit different. And then the government can choose which offer they want to go with. But then you have to follow through and fill the request. And obviously, if you don't fill the request, then you're not getting paid. And this is what Natalie said her new business, Tactical Solutions Group, or TSG, was doing. And just like in War Dogs, a big part of their business was supplying weapons. And they also sold healthcare equipment as well, and other sort of big ticket items like that. And I think their website has been taken down now, which you'll understand why later. But at some point, Natalie had wrote that they were a leading supplier of the Department of Defense, the CIA, and Homeland Security. But to get to that point, obviously, they needed startup costs. And who did Natalie turn to for that money? Their own friends, family, and community members. And that's what makes this case so frustrating. Well, many things make this case very frustrating and upsetting, but the fact that she went after people that she actually knew and cared about, their own family, friends, and community members, is just sick on so many levels. Because people trusted her. They gave them this money for their business to help them get it going. And little did they all know, this business was a total Ponzi scheme. And to very loosely explain what that means, basically, money that she was using from new investors was going to pay off money that she owed to old investors. And through her conniving ways, she convinced people who trusted her, who cared about her, that they should pour their savings into TSG. And she was very strategic about how she did it. Natalie would tell people that she liked to be the last bidder so that nobody could bid higher than her. And because of that, she wouldn't give people a lot of time to think about whether or not they wanted to invest. And not only that, she would also tell people that the contracts were part of classified government programs, very top secret. So people couldn't ask her a lot of questions. And obviously that was a strategic move as well. So Chris Davis said that Natalie approached him and Jennifer after church one day, of all places, about fulfilling a contract for dental labs. And in total, they would end up investing $511,000. And then there's this, which really breaks my heart. I mean, it breaks my heart for everyone that's involved, but the fact that she would do this to her in-laws is just mind-blowing. But Donna invested just over $245,000, and this was all of her and Ed's retirement savings. And Natalie essentially convinced Donna to go ahead and make this investment because she told her that her own mother had already made a return of $60,000. So obviously that was appealing to them. And they also wanted to support their son's business ventures. So they decided to go ahead and do it. And whether it was Donna or the Davises or somebody else, Natalie always said that they could expect large returns in a short amount of time. And truth be told, from the way everyone describes it, they all felt like they could really trust her. And they described it as sort of a group mentality, that they saw how well their family was doing. And they had this idea of, okay, well, this other couple that I know or other family I know is investing and they're smart people. So if they're going to do it, I don't see why we wouldn't do it. And as far as Michael's role in all of this, which I'm sure you guys are wondering about, he eventually started working for TSG full-time too, but his job was really only to seek out the contracts. People who knew them often described Natalie as sort of the brains behind the operation. Not that Michael wasn't smart, but Natalie was really the one conducting the business for the most part. So it was Natalie who was responsible for everything that happened after, everything from fulfilling orders to handling the money to, everything in between. And in terms of the official split on the business, she was listed as the 51% owner and he had the other 49, which they told people that they did this so that they could label themselves as a woman-owned business in order to hopefully get more contracts. And it seemed like they were getting a ton of them. The Cochrans really went from living a very comfortable, happy life to a life of total luxury. They bought more properties, more cars, more jewelry, more vacations, luxury goods. They even bought an airplane hangar because Michael liked planes and was working on getting his pilot's license. Now, Michael actually did do a ton of charitable things with all of this new money, like donating a weight room to a local school and buying a house for the youth pastor who was about to become homeless. And at one point, they told Tony that they were even going to buy a town in Africa and build homes for everyone who lived there. And truth be told, Michael definitely did do a lot of spending, which, gets pointed out later on in the case, but you have to really keep two things in mind. One, he didn't grow up like this at all. So suddenly having all this money was very exciting for him. And, he was living a completely new lifestyle. And two, he really trusted the woman that he was in love with, his business partner, that this money was legitimately theirs. And speaking of legitimacy, I wanted to point something out here that's really crucial. TSG was technically a legitimate business. Natalie filed all the paperwork and it was established as a real company, but that's all she ever did. She also did the same for their second company as well, which was called Technical Management Solutions, or TMS. And TMS was supposedly an IT company that provided technology consulting services. And I bring this up because one thing that a lot of people really question here is, how did Michael not know? And I think the simplest explanation I can give you to make sense of that is Natalie was very good at manipulating people. She was a master manipulator. Plus, it obviously would have been a lot harder to convince him about all of this and how legitimate it was if she didn't set it up as a legitimate business. And she really did that to keep him and anyone else from finding out what was truly going on. And didn't really work too well because people did end up finding out because those returns she promised, they never came in. What's shocking, though, is that Natalie was really able to keep people at bay for quite a long time. And it wasn't just adults she was stealing from. She was also stealing from kids. It turns out, and God, this is slimy beyond words, but she was actually taking money from that baseball league that she became the treasurer of. To give you a little more information and background on that, in February of 2018, there was a fundraiser to raise money for the Shady Spring baseball and volleyball teams. And this was just wild to me. I mean, maybe to some of you it's not so insane, but I guess here we are living in these current times. But I guess TSG was claiming to donate semi-automatic weapons as bingo prizes at the fundraiser. And apparently it was a big hit because they ended up raising $32,000. And half of it went to the baseball team and the other half of it went to the volleyball team. But as you can imagine, since this is Natalie, a few weird things happened. And for starters, a $16,000 check that was written from TSG bounced, suggesting that Natalie did not have the funds because they didn't exist. And secondly, when an audit was performed in May and June of that year, it revealed that all of the money in their account was gone. A few people realized that a bunch of transactions were being made from the account when nobody on the board had approved purchases. And so they ended up hiring a PI to conduct an audit. And that's when they saw there was only $32 left. And the stolen money went towards purchases including $1,142 spent at a sporting goods store, $2,099 spent on Yeti cooler items, $402 on a bow and arrow, plus Amazon purchases, just random things, ATM withdrawals, money spent at TJ Maxx and Home Goods and places like Olive Garden, just a bunch of random stuff. And considering Natalie was the treasurer and these purchases were made after she got that role, it seemed like she was probably responsible. But surprisingly, nothing official was ever done about it. However, people definitely started to question things such as their own personal investments in TSG. Towards the end of 2018 and into the beginning of 2019, investors were coming to the Cochrans wondering where the hell their returns were. But Michael often didn't know what to say to people, and he only knew as much as his wife had told him, and she was telling everyone, Michael included, excuse after excuse. And one of her early excuses was that the company was being audited and her accounts were frozen, but the money would go through as soon as that was over, so no worries there, people. And then another big excuse, which happened to really just be coincidental and quite convenient for Natalie, had to do with the December 2018 government shutdown, because if the government wasn't paying people, then of course neither could she. And boy, was she lucky with that one. Then another excuse, and this is where the faking an illness element comes into play for Natalie. After the government shutdown was over, obviously she needed a new excuse, and she started telling people that she had cancer, as if it couldn't get any worse at this point, and it gets much worse from here. She lied about having leukemia. And she even told people that she wasn't going to seek treatment. She was going to let God take care of it, that they were going to just let her live out whatever was left of her life and hope for the best. And obviously that terrified her friends and family. And some of them even went and got their bone marrow tested to see if they were a match and could possibly help to save her life. But remember her friend Tony and how her husband had actually tragically passed due to leukemia? Well, she immediately knew something was up because Natalie said that she was in stage 3, and she knew that leukemia is not described in stages, it's described in types. Natalie also showed her a bald spot in the back of her head. She would flip her hair down and show this to people. And she said that it was, of course, from chemo. But Tony said it looked like she had just shaved a patch in the back of her head to try to make it look like she was losing hair. And I'm going to be honest with you guys, I'm not sure what Michael's knowledge was of this. I would imagine he knew since friends of theirs were trying to get involved. But when it comes to this whole part of the story, I don't really have much more information than that. I will say I do think it would be incredibly difficult to fake having cancer to a partner. But at the same time, Natalie, like I said, she's a master manipulator. She's incredibly convincing, and she was very thorough too. Get this. She would send her investors emails and letters pretending to be people from different government agencies, explaining to them why they hadn't gotten their money. She straight up used a Department of Defense letterhead, claiming to be someone from the department. And the sad part of it is, as I mentioned earlier, that these schemes rely heavily on trust. And the people that she got to invest trusted her. I mean, they were people who, like I said, cared about her. And that's what makes this, oh my God, so heartbreaking. And what's really, really sad is some of these people never got any of their money back at all. I know that Michael's mom, Donna, for example, didn't get a penny from Natalie at any point, which makes sense when you think about all of the cash that Natalie pocketed and was spending on herself and her family and all these new cars and upgrades of their house and, you know, all these different things. And listen to this. Natalie was going around telling people that her business was worth $500 million. And I could really just go on and on about all the shit that she did in terms of the fraud part of things, but really, that could just be an episode all on its own. So for the purposes of this episode, though, the most important thing to know is that Natalie was running a lucrative Ponzi scheme where she defrauded 11 people and several banks also into supplying her with more than $2.5 million. And as February of 2019 approached, a lot of people were starting to get fed up. Michael included. His mom and his friends were now coming to him asking him tons of questions about their money, questions he didn't even know how to answer, and he was just as confused about why they weren't getting their money. Just listen to these text messages. On January 31st, 2019, Natalie texted Michael, "I'm on the phone with Bank of America," to which Michael responded, "Are we 1,000%? Natalie said, yes, she is sending them with tracking. Then on February 4th, Michael texted her saying, money isn't there. And Natalie replied saying, I know. They said even if it came in at 7 a.m., it wouldn't show until 9 a.m. And she followed that up with, spoke to wire department, all four transmitting the 88, and 297 will possibly show up today. The 4.8 million in the AM and the 23.8 million tomorrow sometime. The amounts held them up, but they have them all, and they aren't in OFAC or anything like that. Then Michael's response was, I don't understand why it's taking so long. It's Bank of America to Bank of America. And she told him that they're just, quote, verifying funds because of large amounts and new account, to which Michael lastly replied with, doesn't make sense to me. Now, to me, and I'm sure to a lot of you too, you'll have to let me know your opinions on these texts, but to me, these texts don't sound like a guy who knew that this was a Ponzi scheme. I mean, I think he was completely in the dark when it came to that side of things, and he was sure as hell getting close to figuring it out, though. So on February 6, 2019, he and Natalie were scheduled to charter a flight to Virginia to visit a specific Bank of America branch. And while Bank of America thought that they were meeting to discuss opening a new bank account where Natalie said they would be depositing millions and millions of dollars, Michael thought that they were going to discuss why they hadn't been paid. And they hadn't been paid because these accounts never existed. So obviously, to keep the lies going, it was crucial to Natalie that the meeting didn't happen. Otherwise, Michael was going to realize the truth. And shocker, the meeting did not happen. That morning, just before 7 a.m., Natalie texted the bank representative and the pilot that she and Michael had to postpone because she was sick. And I don't know if she was really sick, but she did go to the doctor's office that day where she received a steroid shot, which actually was the second steroid shot that she supposedly received. 2 days earlier, she had texted her friend Stephanie Hamilton, who is a physician, to ask if she could prescribe her steroids because she said she had pneumonia. And Stephanie had no problem with that, so she said that she would get her some steroid pills, but Natalie specifically requested an injectable one and said that she was completely fine administering it herself. So just keep that in mind. All right, so after the doctor's visit on the 6th, Natalie went home, and around that time, she texted Jennifer Davis, explaining the situation about the canceled flight and being too sick to fly. And in these texts, she mentions that her doctor had given her a high dose of steroids. And she basically said that the sickness that she had was made worse because she also has cancer. And so the steroids were supposed to help. And she also said that she had to start taking insulin shots because the steroid was causing her blood sugar to increase. And being a good friend, Jennifer asked if she could help in any way, to which Natalie asked to borrow a vial of insulin from her son. And keep in mind that because Natalie was once a pharmacist, Jennifer just trusted that this was what the insulin was for. But if she was really supposed to take it, obviously her doctor would have just prescribed it to her, but she wasn't, so he didn't. Not knowing this, though, Jennifer went ahead and put the insulin in a bag along with some other get-well-soon items, just, trying to be a good friend. And then she had her husband, Chris, drop them off at the Cochran's house. So he dropped that off around 10:30 a.m. And then only 2 hours later, both Chris and Jennifer received a very frightening text message from Natalie. And it was actually a picture of Michael collapsed on the kitchen floor. And when they asked what happened, Natalie made it seem like everything was fine. Can you imagine getting a text from someone that has a picture of any loved one or their partner lying collapsed on the kitchen floor and just being like, it's fine. He's going to be okay. What? And she would go on to tell many versions of her story, but the gist of it was that he had went into the kitchen, threw up in the sink, had a seizure, and then just fell to the ground. Some people even heard from her that he had also hit his head, but that part didn't make it into all of her stories. Oh, and Natalie also assured the Davises that some of their contractors came over and helped move Michael to the couch, where she said he was, quote, sleeping it off. And throughout that morning, a handful of people actually came to their house after getting a similar text from her, including their friend John, who happened to be a state trooper. And basically, he came in and took one look at Michael and said he needs medical attention immediately. And Natalie basically refused. And I'm not going to repeat this every time, but just know that every single person who stepped foot in their home that day had the exact same reaction, which was obviously shock and concern, and that Michael needed medical attention and that he needed it now. However, Natalie said that Michael absolutely despised hospitals, and he told her that if she ever brought him to one again, she would regret it. And for some context, Michael had experienced some health issues that had landed him in the hospital in October and November of 2018. So that was just a few months before. First, he had back surgery, and then there was also a concern that he was sick from black mold exposure. But now in hindsight, even that sickness has been called into question. He actually had told a friend that he thought he was being poisoned, and I'll let you guys do what you want with that information. Anyway, the state trooper tried his best to get Natalie to take Michael into the hospital, but she just wouldn't do it. So he ends up calling his wife, who is Natalie's physician friend, Stephanie, who we just talked about. But even Stephanie Hamilton couldn't convince Natalie that she needed to get him help. She even tried to tell her that, if Michael woke up in the hospital and he was pissed off, that she would happily take the blame. But nope. Natalie said that she was going to let him sleep it off. And I know a lot of people are going to question why Stephanie and the others who had gone to the house that day just didn't ignore Natalie and went ahead and took Michael to the hospital anyway. And I definitely found myself asking that too. But I want to point out that Natalie had a doctorate, which made her at least somewhat trustworthy when it came to medical decisions in a lot of these people's eyes. And again, you got to keep in mind that they're dealing with a master manipulator here. She told everyone that came over that she was monitoring his vitals and that this is what was best for him. And as his wife, she knew best. And she was even texting Chris and Jennifer and making it sound like he was conscious, saying things like, he doesn't want to go to the hospital. So that was really confusing to them and also super deceptive because he never regained consciousness. And then at one point, Natalie's sister Penny came over, and the two of them, along with Natalie's daughter, had to change his clothes because he had peed himself. And that alone should have been an indication to get him help, but that didn't happen for several more hours. And it wasn't until Chris showed up later that evening that Michael was finally transferred to the hospital. He got a text from Natalie asking him to come over. And when he saw the condition his best friend was in, he just didn't give her a choice. So he drove Michael to Raleigh General Hospital with Natalie in the back seat. And once they got there, it was discovered that Michael's blood sugar was a shocking 21. And for reference, a normal blood sugar level is between 80 and 120. So that is very, very, very concerning to say the least. And hypoglycemia, which is what this was, if left untreated, can result in a seizure, a coma, and in some cases, even death. And just FYI, Miss Expert Natalie was telling people earlier that day that his blood sugar was in normal range. Clearly it wasn't, though. And I don't even think she shared with people that his blood sugar was so low when he was in the hospital because Donna said that she only found out that information later on. Natalie was always the one relaying information from the doctors, so she really could have just said anything she wanted to.
And sadly, despite their efforts to increase his blood sugar and stabilize him, Michael remained unconscious.
And if that weren't upsetting enough, his own mother, Donna, did not even find out any of this until later that night. Donna said that she was getting ready for bed. It was around 10 p.m. And then her husband, Ed, came into the room and brought her phone and said that Natalie had texted her. And that is when she received the heart-wrenching photo of Michael collapsed on the ground, followed by photos of him in the hospital. And mind you, Donna was actually a registered nurse for 30 years. So had Natalie contacted her sooner, you can guarantee that she would have brought him to the hospital much sooner. And so it seems very strategic that she didn't let her know until much later on. And it's just heartbreaking to think about because by the time she found out, it was too late. And can you imagine how upsetting, shocking, traumatizing it would be to open up your text and see photos of your son in that condition with barely any explanation of what is going on. So Michael was transferred from Raleigh General to the Charleston Area Medical Center, where he remained for the next several days. And there are actually 2 CAMC hospitals, and Natalie initially sent Donna to the wrong one. And that was only after she told her she wasn't allowed to come to the hospital at all. Of course, I don't know this for sure, but in my opinion, I think her telling her to go to the wrong hospital was also on purpose. Thankfully, though, Donna did end up getting to the hospital and she was able to witness a miracle. A nurse came in and was trying to get Michael to show any sign of movement, any kind of movement. And this nurse performed a sternal rub, which is when you use your knuckles to rub and apply pressure to the sternum. It's used in medical situations to assess a person's consciousness. And when he did this, Michael rose up out of bed and opened his eyes. And obviously, everyone was elated to finally see him showing some type of improvement. Everyone except for Natalie. She did not seem happy at all that he was showing signs of life. And she didn't really seem to care much about Michael's health at all. In fact, the entire time that he was in the hospital, she was on her computer working on so-called contracts. And oh, this pissed me off. But she even texted Donna about a contract that she wanted to bid on while her son was dying. And make no mistake, even though there was that moment of hope, Michael was dying. On February 10th, after this brief miracle,
Natalie ordered a do not resuscitate.
And shortly after that, she had him transferred to Bowers Hospice House. They had to remove him from the ventilator to transfer him, and they actually witnessed him breathe all on his own. But by 12/18 on the 11th, Michael Brandon Cochran was gone. And his cause of death was listed as brain swelling caused by low blood sugar, and his manner of death was ruled natural. But there was nothing natural about Michael's death. 2 days later, Natalie held a quick and very small memorial service, which she described as what Michael would have wanted, but Donna disagrees. It was rushed, it did not include his closest friends, and the whole thing just didn't sit right with her. But Natalie just wanted to get back to business as usual, back to scamming and scheming. So in the following months, both TSG and TMS were up and running, and she continued to try and solicit money from people. And get this, after Michael died, she established a scholarship in his name, the Coach Michael Cochran Legacy Scholarship. And in May of 2019, she promised 8 students full ride scholarships for up to 8 years of schooling. And this whole thing sort of reminded me very lightly of an episode of The Office. If you don't watch The Office, you won't know, but if you do, you know. Scott's Tots. And obviously this was a much worse situation. And as you probably could have guessed, these scholarships were fake. And what's especially fucked up beyond words is she actually told these children's parents to cancel their loan applications. She said that she was going to take care of everything. She's got them, including giving the kids $7,500 just for personal spending. The truth didn't come to light until later that summer, but still. I mean, these parents genuinely thought that they had been given this incredible gift. But all of this has to come to an end, right? And thankfully, by June of 2019, it started to. The walls started closing in on Natalie. Earlier in June, she had negotiated to sell 49% of TSG to a local dentist for $4 million. And initially, he paid her a $50,000 deposit. But he didn't go through with paying the rest because on June 25th, the police showed up at Natalie's door with a search warrant. Turns out, federal authorities had been tipped off by unhappy investors that something wasn't right with her business, and this warrant was a result of their early investigation. And they'd also become suspicious of Michael's death because of Natalie's ever-changing story. And when they were searching her house, they found something that immediately caught their attention. Inside the fridge, they found a bottle of Humalog insulin, and neither Natalie nor Michael were diabetic. I can't really tell, but it's interesting to me also that this is like jammed in there, this bottle with what looks to be Snickers bars to me, and possibly like dipping sauces from, I don't know, random restaurants. But yeah, nobody in their house had diabetes, so why did they have this random bottle of insulin in their fridge? And this was confirmed by Donna, who was spoken to by investigators that same day. And this is also when Donna and Ed learned for the very first time that none of the contracts were real and that Michael's death was not what it seemed. And imagine finding out all of that at once. The investigators didn't outright say that they thought he was murdered, but they hinted that something might have been up. And so, over the course of the coming months, the investigation continued. There was an undercover mission, actually, where an officer went to her house while she was selling a bunch of things to take a look around. And during this, she behaved very strangely. And there was also an effort to dig into the missing baseball league funds. On July 23rd, though, it was officially alleged that TMS and TSG were not legitimate businesses based on their findings, and that no point since 2017 had Natalie ever bid on or won a government contract. So the following day, she filed for bankruptcy, and Homegirl even broke the law by doing that, by not listing her investors as creditors. And finally, in September of 2019, Natalie Cochran was officially arrested and indicted on a whopping 26 charges related to defrauding investors, defrauding banks, wire fraud, aggravated identity theft, and more. Interestingly, though, she wasn't charged with anything related to the baseball league's money going missing. Per the indictment, Natalie was accused of running the Ponzi scheme from June 2017 through at least August of 2019. And as a result, she defrauded numerous individuals and financial institutions more than $2.5 million. So, federal prosecutors said that they would be seeking a forfeiture of at least $1 million. Plus, they were going to take back a ton of their belongings. But for as serious as this was, Natalie ended up getting off easy. After posting bond, she managed to strike a deal with prosecutors where she agreed to plead guilty to 2 of the 26 charges. In September of 2020, she pled guilty to 1 count of wire fraud, 1 count of money laundering, and she only got 11 years and 3 months in jail. Plus, she also has to pay a restitution of $2.6 million. Now, the judge said that he would have given her more if he could have, but that was the maximum allowed based on the deal that was negotiated. And in a statement, Natalie said this: "In the interest of my family and children, I have decided to plead guilty to 1 count of wire fraud and 1 count of unlawful monetary transaction in relation to the companies owned by my husband and I. I realize that I am responsible for any action taken by the companies as a controlling member. I look forward to the day I am provided the opportunity to go into more detail regarding the events that have transpired in the last few years. It was my goal that every investor be made financially whole in regards to their interactions with the business, and that my children and I can finally put this behind us and move forward with our lives." I'd love to know your thoughts on this statement. In my mind, this really doesn't seem like taking any true accountability, and I'm sure this statement really just felt like a slap in the face to everyone that she defrauded. They, of course, wanted her to go to trial to face a harsher punishment, but this plea prevented that from happening. So on May 1st of 2021, she reported to the Federal Correctional Institute at Hazleton, where her sentence began. And only a few months later, in November, she was officially indicted on charges of first-degree murder. Prosecutors ultimately believe that Michael was killed because he was starting to figure out that Natalie was lying about their businesses. And that meeting that they were supposed to go to on February 6th would have completely exposed her. So they alleged that she killed him with a lethal dose of insulin, but proving this was not going to be easy. In fact, prosecutors ended up dropping the charge altogether in April of 2023 because they wanted more time to build their case. And they specifically needed more time because they wanted to exhume Michael's remains. This was actually the second exhumation. The first was in September of 2019, and this time they wanted a medical examiner to perform a specialized test, a test to see if he had insulin in his tissue. But the problem was, at this point, Michael was obviously pretty decomposed. And sadly, because it had been so long at this point, the medical examiner couldn't detect anything. But that being said, he did determine that an overdose of insulin was Michael's cause of death. To my understanding, he basically said that the hypoglycemia was so severe that there really couldn't be any other explanation. So on October 23rd of 2023, Natalie was reindicted for first-degree murder. She was arraigned on January 29th, 2024, where she pleaded not guilty, and an initial trial date was set for August 12th. The defense said that they wanted to exhume Michael themselves, to have their own expert examine him, but that didn't end up happening. And the trial also didn't end up happening in August as expected. And to make a long story short, basically there was delay after delay. And sometimes the delays came from the defense, and other times it was because of the prosecution. And ultimately, the lead prosecutor ended up resigning because he was under investigation for inappropriate conduct. And I don't believe that it was related to the case, but it obviously impacted it because he was put on administrative leave before he ultimately left the job. So in his place was Raleigh County Prosecutor Tom Truman, who had come out of retirement. And the final big delay was to allow him and his co-counsel to review all 70,000 pages of case files. He got the case in September of 2024, and the trial didn't begin until January 13th of 2025, so very, very recently. Before getting into that, though, I wanted to point out that obviously I am not a lawyer, and this isn't going to be like an in-depth testimony breakdown. There are some really incredible channels out there who have broken it down line by line. So if you're interested, I'm sure you could, search for something like that if you want to see it in that way, but this is not going to be that. We just don't have the time, and it's very, very confusing. This is going to be more of a detailed summary of the main arguments and the testimony, which I will do my best to make sense of. All right, so starting, of course, with opening statements, Prosecutor Tom Truman kicked things off pretty strong, so take a listen.
On February the 5th of 2019, Michael Cochran was a 200-pound, healthy 38-year-old man. By midday of February 6th of 2019, he had lost consciousness, and he would never regain consciousness. He died in hospice care 5 days later, February 11th of 2019. How could this happen? Why did it happen? For an answer to that, look no further than this defendant's conduct. As you were told, the state has no direct evidence, the kind of stuff that makes TV shows exciting, the kind of stuff prosecutors love, jurors love. There is no DNA. There is no evidence of fingerprints. There are no videos of what happened. But, as Judge Kirkpatrick will instruct you at the end of this, circumstantial evidence is just as valid as that type of direct and scientific evidence. And there is a ton of evidence of this defendant's guilt. Why? Why would this happen? And why would it happen when it happened? Well, as the defense counsel informed you during questioning, the defendant had run a Ponzi scheme, a big one, where millions of dollars were taken from friends, relatives, local professionals. As many deceptions and lies as were told to her victims of the Ponzi scheme, Michael Cochran was told just as many. He did not know what was going on, but he was determined to find out, because people were saying, hey, we invested in your company in this plan, and we're not getting our money back. And he was frustrated. He was very frustrated. But the same excuses provided by the defendant to all of her victims in the Ponzi scheme were being provided to Michael Cochran too. It's everybody's fault under the sun. They've got hundreds of millions of dollars in their money stuck in a bank in Virginia, Bank of America. That's what she told Michael Cochran. That's what he believed. So Michael Cochran is going to straighten this out. They charter a flight from Beckley to the Bank of America branch in Lynchburg, Virginia for the 6th of February, 2019. Mysteriously, The defendant cancels that trip in early morning hours. Why was that trip so important? Because Michael Cochran and everybody else would know at that point. There is no money in the Bank of America in Virginia. There's never been any money in the Bank of America in Virginia. There are no government contracts, which is what she was selling to the most of Raleigh County, it seems like. Those were fictitious things that she made up and built millions of dollars out of her victims.
Now, that might have been the why, but the important thing that Tom had to prove, obviously, was the how. And of course, the simplest way to answer that is with insulin. According to prosecutors, Natalie manipulated her good friend Jennifer Davis into letting her have some of her son's insulin, and she used that to fatally dose her husband. Afterwards, she came up with an elaborate plan to convince people that he had a seizure and just needed to sleep it off. And I'd say the two biggest things the prosecution needed to convince the jury of was that Michael was a healthy 38-year-old man and that he knew nothing about the Ponzi scheme. Obviously, establishing his health was going to be crucial because it would prove that he had no reason to have suddenly collapsed with a blood sugar of 21. And then they needed to prove that he knew nothing about the Ponzi scheme to help support the motive of why she would want to kill him. The defense, on the other hand, needed to do just the opposite. It was their position that Michael's death was the result of pumping himself full of steroids and supplements, which they say were purchased from Mexico and weren't safe for human consumption.
By the prosecution's account, and perhaps by some other accounts, Natalie Cochran is not a nice person. She defrauded friends, relatives, investors. She was involved in a Ponzi scheme. But ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the fact that she is perhaps a fraud and perhaps a cheat, and that you wouldn't perhaps want to invite her home for Sunday dinner, that you wouldn't like her, does not translate into being a murderer. And I will submit to you that the state's motive in this case, as they presented to you, is absolute nonsense. The state of West Virginia is trying to tell you that my client, Natalie Cochran, who has lived with a man who was up to his eyeballs in the Ponzi scheme, somehow detected that he was on her. He was already detecting that she was committing a major fraud, and he was going to run straight to the federal government. But what comes to mind immediately is that bottle of insulin. And I will submit to you that this is a smokescreen that the state is going to present to you. You will hear medical evidence that Mr. Cochran was not a healthy 38-year-old man. In fact, to the contrary, between the late 2017 and the time of his death in 2019, he was in the hospital 4 times. For what? For life-threatening conditions. He was a ticking bomb, the evidence will show, health-wise. What's more, you will hear the evidence that Mr. Cochran fancied himself to be a bodybuilder. He wanted to be the Arnold Schwarzenegger, Mr. Universe. And what did he do to that in that regard? Mr. Cochran has imported, well, let's call it medication, from Mexico, online, from sources that were not approved by any FDA or any legitimate American government sources. And he was taking medication, steroids, that were not for human consumption. That there was some animal medication taken only by the animals. He was pumping himself with steroids and whatever other medication there was that he could get from less than legitimate sources. And you have to consider that in arriving at your verdict. The insulin that my client had in her possession was the insulin that Mr. and Mrs. Davis gave her repeatedly. Why? Because they had a diabetic son.
All right, so to kick testimony off for the state, the prosecution's first witness was Robert Heinzman, the lead investigator on the Ponzi scheme case. And his testimony was crucial because he confirmed that Michael had no idea that his wife was running a Ponzi scheme, which obviously helped to support their motive. Now, the defense pointed out that Michael benefited greatly from that money. And honestly, the prosecution didn't deny that. But when it came down to the facts, there wasn't a shred of evidence suggesting that he knew about it, let alone that he was involved. And one thing that the prosecution came back to a lot was the fact that Natalie was really the one dealing with the money, not Michael. And Michael was really only responsible, as we talked about earlier, for finding the contracts. And this was something that not only Robert testified to, but a lot of others did as well. Even their friends said that it was always Natalie who handled the money. And Jennifer Davis was one of those friends, and she was next on the stand, and her testimony was very pivotal for the prosecution. So something that Natalie told investigators was that the insulin was in her fridge because Jennifer had a diabetic son, and she had the vial in case she ever needed to give him a shot. The issue with that, though, obviously, is the fact that there were text messages as proof of her asking Jennifer for the insulin for herself. So that obviously didn't go very far.
She said that her and Mike, they were both sick and she had to start taking small insulin shots. I know she said that the flu and the norovirus had hit her hard and made her more sick because of the cancer that she had. Then I had asked her if she was going to the cancer center or Dr. Halsey. And then I volunteered a vial of insulin if she needed it.
Did she accept your offer of help?
Yes, she did.
Jennifer's testimony went on for quite a while, where she talked both about the timeline of that morning and also how Natalie had in-depth knowledge of how insulin works. And considering she was a pharmacist, the prosecution wanted to drive home the fact that she had intimate knowledge on how to poison him. Jennifer also confirmed that she never asked Natalie to keep insulin at her house for her son, plus her son had an insulin pump. Oh, and listen to this. When Michael was in hospice, and this is really disturbing, like beyond words. But Jennifer testified that Natalie had asked her to help her put a pillow over his face because she didn't like seeing him that way. And honestly, I don't even know what to make of that. Different thoughts are coming to mind. I'm sure you guys are going to be on the same page with me, but I obviously can't make any accusations without proof. Or maybe she really just didn't like seeing him that way because it was making her feel guilty since she was responsible for it. I don't know. It's so whack to think about why anyone would ask someone to do that. But anyway, on cross-examination, the defense tried to get Jennifer to admit that Michael's health was bad, asking about the Mexican supplements that he was allegedly taking and about his past hospitalizations, which was asked to a lot of Michael's friends who took the stand. But like the others, she was adamant that he was healthy. She never saw him inject himself with anything, and she definitely did not think that he was sick. Then a Bank of America employee took the stand, and he talked about that meeting that Natalie had canceled. He also reiterated that Natalie was always the point of contact for money-related discussions, further proving that Michael wasn't involved. And then another big piece of testimony that we heard came from Stephanie Hamilton. She talked a lot about giving Natalie that steroid 2 days prior to Michael's collapse and about her perception of his condition when she went over there that day. And her testimony helped highlight Natalie's reluctance to get medical attention for her husband, who, in Stephanie's professional opinion, needed it. And then there was Chris Davis's testimony, which was very emotional and impactful. I mean, he was Michael's best friend, and he firmly believed that Michael was a healthy guy. Chris said that he had never heard of these so-called Mexican medications and that anything Michael was taking supplement-wise just came from GNC. He also testified about the timeline of that day and how he was the one who finally brought him to the hospital, and how even though Michael was hospitalized a few months before this, that this instance was not like the others. And obviously, the defense wants the jury to believe that Michael was unhealthy, and they wanted the jury to think that Michael had a history of seizures, and that would therefore explain why he collapsed suddenly in February. But this wasn't the same.
On November the 2nd, he went to the hospital with the same or extremely similar conditions that you found him in February of 2019.
No, he did not.
No, he did not.
Because in February of 2019, he was unresponsive. In November of 2018, he was talking to me, vomiting, and participating in wanting to go to the hospital.
The defense attorney also asked specifically about Michael's use of steroids and anabolics. But Chris said that, to his knowledge, his best friend didn't take steroids or anabolics. And just FYI, insulin is an anabolic hormone. All right, so then we also heard from one of the contractors. And he remembered Michael telling him back in 2018 that he felt like he had been poisoned. And from an FBI chemist who analyzed the substances found in the Cochran's home. And it turns out they found a vial for something called enclomiphene citrate, which is a medication that can boost testosterone and muscle mass. And you might be thinking, okay, well, maybe Michael was taking steroids for bodybuilding. But upon further inspection, they discovered that the contents inside that vial had been replaced with something else. We also heard from an endocrinologist who talked about how excessive insulin can lead to death, and how Michael wasn't taking any medications that would have caused his blood sugar to drop as low as 21. Then on day 5, the jury heard from Dr. Uribe, the medical examiner from the second autopsy and exhumation. He, if you remember, was the one who couldn't find insulin in his tissue. But he did testify that being poisoned with insulin was the only thing that could explain his cause of death. Now, lastly, I want to talk about Timothy Bledsoe's testimony. He was another one of the lead investigators in the Ponzi scheme case, and he really sealed the deal that Michael didn't know about the fraud when he went over those texts that I read you earlier. I mean, clearly, Michael was just as confused as everyone else. And he also said that he never found any evidence to suggest that Natalie ever had cancer. And then another thing that he talked about was 3 interviews that he had done with Natalie back in 2019. She had 1 interview in April and then 2 back-to-back in May. And it was in that 3rd and final interview when investigators first heard about insulin. And get this, she was actually the one to introduce it into their minds before they even found it. In these 3 stories, she told some version of Michael went to the kitchen, threw up in the sink, fell and hit his head, and then collapsed on the floor. And in interview 1 and 2, she said that she thought he had collapsed because of these sketchy supplements that he was taking. But in that 3rd interview, she said that he collapsed after injecting himself with insulin. And that's when she tried to explain that Michael used insulin as part of his bodybuilding regimen. Like, how stupid does she think these people are? And ultimately, I really think Timothy was a really good final witness because his testimony really connected all of the dots. And with that, the prosecution rested their case. Now, when it came to the defense calling witnesses, they had less people, but solid arguments were still made. And I actually think that's one thing you guys should understand here is that this was not a one-sided fight. And I do think the defense attorney was very obnoxious. He objected to literally everything, which was really annoying, but there were moments where his arguments raised serious doubt. And here's some examples of that. For starters, Natalie may have been a former pharmacist with intimate knowledge on how to poison someone, but he argued that, why would she do it with something as traceable as insulin? Also, why would she just keep it hanging out in her fridge for 4 months after the fact if it was the murder weapon? The defense also questioned why, if she killed Michael, she didn't cremate him. They also pointed out that Natalie made no effort to hide the evidence, and therefore there was no way she was guilty. Now, my personal explanation for those things is I think she's just dumb, but yeah, I don't know. That's all I have to say on that. But they did point out, why would she have invited all of these people into her home? She could have told nobody and made up some story that she just came home and found him unconscious. But again, in my opinion, I do think that can be explained by not being so smart. The defense also argued that the prosecution never really explained how the insulin ended up inside Michael to begin with. It's not like she attacked him, as far as we know, with a needle, and then he fell to the floor. It just, of course, wouldn't have happened that fast. Now, this is just my opinion, but we did learn that Michael was allergic to benzodiazepines. We also learned that 2 days before he collapsed, Natalie was prescribed Xanax, traces of which were found in his system. So my thought process, and of course, this is just my opinion, and I cannot prove this in any way, but I think it's possible that she may have drugged him with the Xanax with a benzo, which he's allergic to. And then once he was already knocked out, then she, poisoned him with the insulin. Again, those are just my thoughts. I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on that, so let me know. But moving on, the 2 star witnesses for the defense actually were the Cochran children. And I really want to be careful when I talk about their testimony. I mean, they have been through a lot. And there have been many people who question their statements and have insinuated that maybe they were manipulated by their mom to say certain things. And of course, she, as we know, is a master manipulator, so that's possible. But I definitely don't want to put any blame or accusations on them. I mean, they were 9 and 13 years old when their dad died. And it's been pointed out that they continued living with their mom, who could have done and said anything she wanted. I can't say what she did or didn't do, or if they were manipulated by her, but I will tell you that Donna, Michael's mother, was incredibly hurt by the things that they said in court about their father. But to summarize, both Nicole and her brother took the stand, and they were asked countless questions about their relationship with Michael, as well as about his use of supplements and steroids. And both kids testified that their dad had become aggressive, forgetful, and lethargic in the months leading up to his death. They both said that he was not very involved in their lives and that he was always the one working on the business, not their mom. The son, whose face they didn't show because he's a minor, said that one time when he was laying between his parents, he saw his dad's computer and there was a contract pulled up. He mentioned how his dad talked to him a lot about the business, and, he's just again suggesting that his dad was the one who was running the ship. He actually had a few stories about times when his dad was working on the business, and, nobody was questioning if Michael worked on the business. Of course he did, and we know that he was constantly trying to find new contracts, but the question really was whether or not he was involved in the financial part of things. And so many have questioned if a child who, keep in mind, was 7 or 8 at the time, would have even been aware of something like that and could really assess who was involved with what and how much. The kids were also asked about their dad's health regimen, and both of them said that he took a lot of supplements. Nicole specifically said that he would lay them all out on the counter before he took them, and that it would be enough to cover an entire dinner plate. So that's a lot. She said that he took up to 40 pills a day and that she would watch as he would scoop them into his mouth and take handfuls at a time. She also stated that her dad told her that he was taking steroids from Mexico and that she watched him take them via a dropper that he would put in his mouth. Now, the son testified something similar, except he said that his dad was specifically injecting them. However, when they asked him if he ever saw his dad physically inject himself, he said no. Another thing that was interesting is when each of them were testifying, Natalie was very expressive. For example, when Nicole got off the stand, she smiled at her and mouthed, "I love you," which is very interesting, of course. Parents expressing love for their children isn't anything that strange, but a lot of people question if there was manipulation going on even in those moments. And then there was Natalie's sister, Penny, who testified, and she was the only person who said that she saw Michael actually inject himself. And she said that it was a long time ago while they were on a family vacation. But when she was asked what he injected himself with, she admitted that she didn't know what it was. Penny also testified that Michael hated hospitals to help justify why Natalie didn't seek medical attention sooner. The defense also called their own medical examiner to the stand, who said he ruled Michael's death undetermined and inconclusive. A forensic pathologist testified that Michael had an enlarged heart, likely caused by those supplements, and that also could have caused him to die. Now, through the entire trial, everyone thought that eventually Natalie would take the stand, but at the very last minute, she decided not to, which I would have loved to see her up on the stand and what she would have said. And then on that note, Donna, Michael's mother, was also supposed to take the stand for the prosecution, of course. But long story short, she ended up not being allowed to. And so with all of that, the defense rested their case. Robert Heinzman was called once more as a rebuttal witness, but after that, testimony was over. And I just gotta say, the jury seemed to be locked in the entire trial, and it was very long and complicated at times, but they seemed very attentive and took it very seriously. And so it was no surprise to me when they came back with their verdict in just 2 hours, and I'm happy to say that verdict was guilty. And there were a lot of mixed emotions, but for Donna and Ed, of course, it was a moment of relief. After 6 years, Michael was finally getting justice. So the following day, Natalie appeared for what's called the mercy phase. Now, that's a lot like the sentencing phase, but the jury comes back in and hears more testimony about why the guilty party should or should not receive mercy. So if she was granted mercy, she would get life in prison, but be eligible for parole in just 15 years. And if she wasn't granted mercy, then she would get life in prison without the possibility of parole. And the defense goes first in this phase, and they called up her sister, niece, parents, and 2 children who did everything in their power to paint Natalie as a loving mother who had already missed out on so much. And they really tugged on the heartstrings, talking about all the things that she's not going to experience with her kids if she's in jail for life.
I've missed so many moments with my mother. I've missed getting ready with her for proms. I missed having her when I got my driver's license. I've missed her at birthdays and Christmases and Thanksgivings. I missed her at my high school graduation, and I missed her on the day I moved into college. I'm begging you to give her mercy so that I don't have to miss more.
She was crying when both her kids took the stand, and you could feel the emotion from both Nicole and her brother. But as proven by the jury, their mom was and is guilty of killing their dad, even if they didn't believe so. And my heart truly goes out to them. I mean, they, of course, have really lost both of their parents here in a horrible, horrible way. And it's got to be incredibly painful and so confusing. And when Natalie's mom took the stand, she talked about the fact that while in jail, her daughter wrote a journal workbook. It's a 90-day devotion and reflection journal, specifically for people in jail, that aims to help them, quote, embark on a journey of self-discovery, spiritual growth, and resilience. The defense also played up a heart condition that they said Natalie has and how she won't receive proper care if she's in prison for the rest of her life, which she probably should have thought about more before she decided to murder someone. Now, when it came to the prosecution's witnesses, we heard from several of Michael's friends, both Ed and Donna, and lastly, Robert Heinzman. And when it was their turn to take the stand, Natalie's family and supporters all left the courtroom. They clearly couldn't bear to hear what Michael's loved ones had to say, which is so unfair considering they all sat and listened to them try and ruin his character. I definitely understand her children leaving and give them a total pass for that, but everyone else who bailed in those moments, that is really disgusting to me. I seriously wish I could play every minute of every one of their testimonies, but this mercy phase took an entire day. I do want to play a snippet from some of them though, because I do think it's very powerful.
Mike was one of my best friends. And, we did a lot together. And spent a lot of time together, and
you miss him?
I do. Mike was he was a very strong man. He's a good man, and he would want me to be strong now as well. And he was a good man. A very good man. He loved his family. He took care of his family. He loved life. He wasn't sick. He wasn't ready to die. He was healthy. Even up until the day he died.
Today I stand before everyone, a man filled with grief, pain, bitterness, and anxiety. My name is Ed Bolt. I am Michael Cochran's stepfather. The grief that I feel is when I look out our window at the deer stand that Michael had put up at our house. He was really excited. How are we to know that Michael would never set foot in it again. I often go there now. I have put in a memorial bench there and keep that site clear to brush so we can just sit under that big oak tree and reflect on what could have been. Evil has many faces, shapes, and images. Evil must be held accountable. Natalie Cochran must be held accountable. So let's just send her to jail. Remove her from society. Let the state take care of her. From jail, she will not be able to harm anyone ever again.
Do you believe that this defendant deserves mercy in this matter?
I do not.
Can you tell the jury why you believe she doesn't deserve mercy?
Because she didn't give Michael any mercy. Since Michael's murder, Natalie Cochran's evil and sinister deeds have caused overwhelming damage and wrought on our lives, and so many good and decent lives. Lives that will forever cast a shadow of sadness. Michael Brandon was my only son, and I loved him and so adored him. I struggle every day. To make sense of what has no answers. The murder of my son is crushing, and yet I must try and move forward to honor his memory. To this day, this vile being has showed no remorse, none whatsoever. We, along with our family and friends, have sat quietly and graciously and painfully watched and listened as Michael's good name has been murdered time and time again. Think of the horrific invasion of Michael's and our dignity and privacy. At what point and at what time do we seek sleeping at night? Is Michael Brandon resting in peace? I don't think so. We, as Michael Brandon's mom and stepdad, we respectfully ask this court in the memory of our beloved and precious son, Michael Brandon Cochran, to delay for as long as judicially allowed the day that this, quote, cold-blooded murderer once again walks among us. In a pure world, light should never shine on that day.
And I would really encourage you guys to go and listen to Donna's entire statement. She wasn't allowed to read it in full during the mercy phase because she had written 8 pages and they told her that in the interest of time, she needed to summarize it. But in that interview with her that I told you about earlier, she reads the full thing. So I will have that linked below for you. And in the end, after only 1 hour of deliberation, the jury ruled that Natalie Cochran should not receive mercy. And therefore, the judge sentenced her to life in prison without parole, which actually made her the first woman in West Virginia convicted of murder since 1991 to not receive a recommendation of mercy. So since then, Natalie's defense team has filed motions for acquittal and a new trial, but those motions were luckily denied on February 25th. So unless they end up filing a motion that ends up being granted, then she will remain in prison for the rest of her life, which in my opinion is exactly where she belongs. I know that was a lot of information, you guys. Thanks for sticking with me if you made it to this point. And I would just love to know what you think of everything that we went over. Did the jury get it right with her conviction? Did they get it right with her sentencing? What do you think of the case overall? I mean, all of the different elements of it. You know, she was never held responsible for potentially faking cancer. I'm sure I know how you guys will feel about that. Maybe there are some of you out there who think there was enough reasonable doubt, and I'd love to hear from you as well and why you think that. But I just wanted to end this by saying that my heart truly goes out to everyone who loved Michael, especially to his immediate family, to his parents, and to his children who had to go through all of this at no fault of their own. I'm also just so impressed by Donna and Ed for their ability to remain so strong during all of this after everything they have been through. I mean, don't forget, they lost their entire life savings, their retirement savings because of Natalie. And that is just horrible. I mean, so many people suffered because of Natalie. But obviously, the one who suffered most was Michael. But that is going to be it for me today, guys. I will be back next week to discuss another case. And until then, stay safe out there. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to True Crime with Kendall Ray. I hope you guys are all having a great day. Thank you for joining me today. And if you're new to the show, then welcome. I'm so happy to have you. And make sure to click subscribe so you never miss an episode from me. So, guys, today we are getting into a case that I have been wanting to talk about for months. I wanted to wait until there was enough information to do a full deep dive. And this is actually a case that I had been covering just here and there, little updates on my other podcast, The Sesh, which is very different from this show. It's a little bit unhinged, but in the best way. It's really fun. We talk about a variety of topics. We play games. It's a lot of laughing and more of the lighthearted side of things. I host it with my cousin. So if you're interested in checking it out and, getting to know me on a more personal level, then I will have that linked below. But yeah, we talked about this case quite a bit and it blew me away. This guy we're going to be talking about, Ryan Borgward. Damn, do I have a lot to say about him. And he really pisses me off. Ryan is someone who tried to fake his own death, stage his own disappearance, and just abandon his wife and children and leave them to think that he just died. I know this is different than the typical case I cover on this show, but honestly, we've been covering a lot of heavy ones lately, and I just needed something a little bit more on the lighter side. And I think you guys probably do as well. I always see that feedback from you that something like this is a little, refreshing in the true crime space in the weirdest way. Because, it's still, like I said, infuriating. And the lengths that this guy went to, it's just unbelievable. But definitely really interesting to see how people tried to stage their own disappearances. And, we've talked about similar cases to this in the past. And you guys have always really enjoyed learning about them. And I've also had a lot of feedback and opinions. And so I'm really looking forward to reading the comment section on this one. All right. Like I said, today we're going to be discussing Ryan Borgward. And honestly, there isn't that much known about him before all of this unfolded. However, we do know that he was living with his wife and 3 kids in Watertown, Wisconsin. And we also know that he had his own woodworking business. And of course, as you guys know, I typically like to share as much background on victims as possible, but Ryan is not a victim. In fact, he is far from it. His wife, Emily, and his 3 children, they were the true victims in this case. But since this is something that they're still going through personally and has been very traumatic, I don't want to get into a bunch of details about them personally. And just for the sake of their privacy, I think it's just not necessary, and they've expressed not really wanting to be part of the media coverage. What I will say, though, is his children are around middle school to high school age, meaning they are old enough to understand what's going on. Which, if you ask me, that makes what Ryan did so much worse. It's horrible no matter what age a child is when they experience something like this, but you guys know what I mean. So what exactly did Ryan do? Well, it all started on August 11th, 2024. And it was a Sunday, and like they normally did, Ryan went to church with his whole family, and then later that afternoon, or into the evening really, he was planning on going fishing. Specifically, he was going to drive an hour north to go fish at Green Lake, which is in Green Lake, Wisconsin. And because Ryan is a very outdoorsy guy, Emily likely didn't think twice about this trip. He was just going to go kayaking up north, fish for a couple hours, and then come home late that night. However, despite a text that came in from him at 10:45 saying that his plan was to paddle into shore and then drive straight home, Ryan never showed up. Which, of course, if your partner doesn't come back home after something like a fishing trip, you're going to get concerned pretty quickly, and she did what any other wife would do. Emily reported him missing. And as soon as she did, there was no hesitation from law enforcement to try and find him. And by 5:32 on the 12th, so the next day, the Green Lake County Sheriff's Office was notified of the missing kayaker, and right away, they sent out deputies to go over to the lake and try and locate him. And while they didn't find Ryan, they did find his car and his trailer, leading them to believe that something happened to him out on the lake. And less than an hour later, they made a shocking discovery out on the water. They ended up finding a capsized kayak in the western part of the lake, which obviously doesn't look good. Now, for some context, Green Lake is actually the 2nd biggest lake in Wisconsin by volume and the deepest natural lake inland in the state. At its deepest point, it reaches a depth of 237 feet. It covers a total of 7,340 acres, and it has over 27 miles of shoreline. So clearly, they knew right away what a big undertaking this was going to be. It can't be stressed enough how difficult it would be to find a body in that lake, but That's exactly what they tried to do. As soon as they found that overturned kayak, there was an all-hands-on-deck effort when it came to looking for Ryan, which included bringing in outside resources like Bruce's Legacy. And I'm pretty sure that I've mentioned Bruce's Legacy on this show before or one of my other shows, but if you haven't heard of them, Bruce's Legacy is a nonprofit that aids in search and recovery operations for drowning victims. They often work closely with law enforcement, and I really can't praise them enough for the incredible work that they do. It was started by Keith Cormican after losing his own brother Bruce to a drowning incident back in 1995. So he has now dedicated his life to helping other people recover their loved ones. And on the morning of Tuesday, August 13th, he and his team were called in to help look for Ryan. And one of the things that they're able to do is bring in this specialized sonar equipment that scans the bottom of the lake in order to see if there's a body down there. And obviously, like I just explained, this is a huge lake, so they knew that this was going to take a lot of time. But based on where they found the kayak, they figured that his body couldn't have gotten much further than the western part of the lake, which again is still a huge area to search. So, of course, they got that sonar up and running, and meanwhile, drones were flown above the water and deputies were looking along the shoreline. And they ended up making a pretty big discovery just that morning. Around 9:30 a.m., two fishermen were casting nets along the bottom of the lake, and they ended up pulling up a fishing rod. And it ended up being a fishing rod that belonged to Ryan. According to his wife, she was able to confirm it was his. And then later that afternoon, around 3:30, someone called in reporting that they had found a tackle box. And when they opened it, they found several items, which included a wallet, a driver's license, and keys as well, all of which belonged to Ryan. And all of these findings, the tackle box, the fishing rod, the kayak, and the car, ultimately helped confirm the belief that he must have fallen into the water. So for the next 54 days, the efforts to locate the missing 45-year-old father of three continued. And I really can't emphasize enough just how intensive this search actually was. On August 24th, they ended up bringing in cadaver dogs and dive teams, and the conditions on the water were far from safe. I mean, Green Lake is known for being super mucky, so these divers had essentially zero visibility in the water, which of course is just dangerous on its own, not to mention how deep they had to dive in order to search for him. But all these people that were spending their time and putting themselves at risk were happy to do it because it was important to everyone that Ryan's family had that closure. And Keith, with Bruce's Legacy, was especially invested in finding his body. And he said he spent somewhere around $10,000 in expenses between repairs and replacing equipment. And he even said that this whole thing was keeping him up at night because he could not figure out why he was not finding Ryan's body. And Keith is truly a professional at what he does, and he's passionate about what he does. So not finding a body was making him start to question himself and his abilities. He spent 23 days of his life out on that water with sonar equipment and just as many days reviewing that data. Yet nothing pointed to Ryan being in the water. And the divers were pretty much saying the same thing. Even with their expertise, they came up empty-handed time after time. And everyone was becoming very frustrated. And once they got to that 8-week mark, they were all sort of looking at each other like, is he actually in the water? Maybe he's not even out there. But of course, it was confusing to them because all of the early evidence was suggesting that he was in that water. But by this point, they just felt like they would have found him if he was. And so on October 7th, after deciding to take their investigation in sort of a different direction, they made a huge discovery.
So we continued our search throughout. And it continued through 54 days. I think it was 8 weeks. And during that time, it was unbelievable the amount of support that our community gave my department. It was unbelievable. From food to gift cards for Bruce's Legacy to a thank you. And they were proud of us. They were proud that we were not giving up, and we were not. We continued. And on October 4th, which was a Friday, I met with Keith from Bruce's Legacy. And he said to me, Sheriff, he says, I've done a lot of searches. And I can't find him. He said, we searched and we searched. And if you see that picture that's on the screen behind me, all the yellow is where Keith searched. That was every spot of that western water of our lake. With that being said, he also told me that, Sheriff, don't worry. I'm not giving up. He called the company and was asking for another piece of equipment, a top-notch sonar, and it was a new one, but it's going to be a couple weeks out. So October 7th, I got my crew together, my 3 detectives and my chief deputy and myself. We met and we talked and we said we got to go a different direction. And they did. The direction we went was offline, and we found out that his name was run on August 13th. Wow, yeah. That was something we didn't expect.
And when he says Ryan's name was run on August 13th, he means that one day after he was reported missing, Ryan's passport was used. Yep, you heard that right. A literal day after he was reported missing, his passport was used at the Canadian border. And of course, this turned everything they thought they knew up until this point upside down, because now they weren't looking for a body. They were looking for a living, breathing human being who likely, and I think pretty obviously at this point, faked his disappearance. So, to try and figure out what the hell is going on here, investigators turned to his digital footprint. And they ended up finding some crazy shit, all of which pointed to the fact that Ryan had meticulously planned his disappearance for months. Here's what a forensic analyst was able to find on Ryan's laptop. They saw that Ryan obtained a second passport, replaced the hard drive on his laptop, cleared his browser history on the day he disappeared, synced his laptop to iCloud on the day that he disappeared, took photos of his original passport, inquired about moving funds to a foreign bank, changed his email address associated with his bank on the day he disappeared, communicated with a woman in Uzbekistan, and I bet you guys can guess this one. He acquired a $375,000 life insurance policy and purchased an airline gift card. And that second passport was purchased after he reported the original one as lost or stolen. Mind you, investigators ended up finding that other original passport very easily with the help of his wife, Emily. So yeah, the picture is starting to get a lot clearer. Ryan never drowned in that lake. He's completely staged his disappearance. From what they were finding, it looked like he had faked his disappearance, or really his death, in order to be with this woman that he had been communicating with online. The problem, though, is they didn't know where he was. They figured that he was probably somewhere in Europe, but they didn't know exactly where. The FBI and Homeland Security even got involved, so that just tells you how seriously they were taking this. And I'm glad they did, because what Ryan did is just so fucked up on so many levels. Homie was over here doing the absolute most, quite literally, for a woman that he had just met over the internet. And we don't know what was said between them, actually, but whatever it was had to have been enough for him to think it was worth giving up quite literally everything. And not only just giving up his wife and kids, but he was willing to let his wife and children think that he died. I mean, to me, that is just... there's no other word for it other than evil. He and his wife had literally just celebrated their 22nd wedding anniversary in July. And, you know, he has gone through the births of all 3 of his children and raising them. And I don't know the details as far as how involved he was in their life, but it's just, how could you do that to your family, to your wife, and to your children, to let them think and suffer with the images of you drowning and the mourning and grieving that they would have to do for years, and you're just completely fine with them experiencing all of that? I mean, just think about it. Just picture this. That morning, as I mentioned, Ryan was at church with his children and his wife. He's sitting there, doing whatever you do in church. And meanwhile, he's thinking about what he is planning to do to his own family later that evening. I mean, how do you function like that? Oh my God, liars just blow my mind, especially at this level. Now, there has been very little said publicly from their family, and I completely understand why and respect that fully. But we know that they did mourn his loss when they thought that he drowned in the lake. And just imagine what it must have been like for them when they found out that he was alive and had been planning this as far back as January when he took out that life insurance policy. That alone is 7 months of planning that we know of. And I obviously can't speak to how they felt about all of this, especially because they haven't spoken themselves publicly. But I think we can reasonably assume that they were, at the very least, hurt, angry, and confused. And again, just as a reminder, all of his children are middle school, high school age, so they fully know what's going on. And just imagine having to process that type of abandonment at that age. And not that leaving your wife and kids for another woman is ever the right thing to do, but it definitely would have been a lot easier for them if you had just told them what you were going to do and didn't try to convince them that you died. I guess I just don't understand the point. Like, if this is all about just going and being with someone else, then whatever, go be with someone else. But there's no reason to fake your death and put your family through this type of trauma. And I've covered other cases like this in the past where the motive was very clearly insurance fraud, but that's not really what was going on in this case. I mean, you could definitely make the argument that he attempted to commit insurance fraud, but he didn't actually benefit from the policy. The money from that policy would have been going to Emily. So it's almost like he got the policy to, I don't know, maybe it made him feel better about leaving them. Maybe in his mind, it was sort of like, oh, I'll be dead and they'll be suffering and in so much pain from that, but at least they'll have $375,000. That's all they were worth to you. You couldn't have made it a higher policy. Like, your family wasn't worth at least $1 million to you? I mean, no matter how you slice it, this whole thing is 50 shades of fucked up, and investigators felt the same. And they wanted to get answers from the man himself, not just for their own sake, but for the sake of this poor family. So, in a press conference on November 8th, the one I played a clip from earlier, the sheriff thanked their family and then made a very emotional plea directly to Ryan.
I'd like to thank the dedication of my sheriff's office. But most of all, I want to thank the family. I want to thank his wife. That is one strong lady. Whenever we called on her, she always responded and she gave everything that she could for us. I cannot imagine what she's going through and they're going through. It's really hard because one, they felt that their dad was drowned. A day ago, they found out that he wasn't. And this is to Ryan. Ryan, if you are viewing this, I plead that you contact us or contact your family. We understand that things can happen, but there's a family that wants their daddy back.
And I just have to say that this sheriff, Mark Podol, is such a genuinely good human being. He led a few press conferences, and you can just tell how dedicated he is to serving his community. And that's what makes me so angry, is there were so many good people involved in trying to locate Ryan and trying to get this family answers, and they were just screwed over by a liar. There were countless resources that were just wasted on Ryan between all the time, energy, not to mention money, that was put into trying to look for him. And Green Lake County is actually going to be seeking somewhere between $35,000 and $40,000 in restitution because that's what they estimate they used up in their efforts. And that doesn't include the $10,000 that he cost Keith. And this is no surprise considering what a great guy Keith is, but he had a very level-headed and reasonable reaction to all of this. He said that when he first found out that Ryan was alive, he actually just felt relieved, which if I were in his shoes, I'd be just angry. But a lot of it wasn't because Ryan was alive, but it was because he had been second-guessing his capabilities for weeks. He could not figure out why he couldn't find his body, so to find out that he was never in the water, I mean, I get that. I probably would have been relieved too. And then his second reaction was just pure sympathy for Ryan's wife and his children. And I think we all feel that way, especially people who were directly affected by this case or in the community and had been following it closely, worried about Ryan. The whole thing is just maddening. It's baffling, and it has just been quite a roller coaster for everybody. And then at one point, people were very confused because this video resurfaced, a TikTok actually, from this girl in San Diego who was doing an Ask Me for Free Advice video. She was standing out on the boardwalk with a sign, and basically people could go up to her and ask her for advice. I mean, I'm sure you've seen something like this.
Need advice on anything?
I go to Uzbekistan or stay here?
Say that one more time.
Do I go to Uzbekistan or stay here?
Do you have family there?
No.
Why do you want to go?
Meet a woman.
To meet a woman. And it was
Uzbekistan.
Uzbekistan. You don't like American women?
No, they're familiar.
So you've given up on meeting someone here?
No, I'm married.
Oh.
Yeah.
But you want to find someone else?
Empty nest. I'm not sure. That's why I'm asking you.
Wait, empty nest? What do you mean?
Empty nest. My kids are out of the house now.
So you want to find, adopt a child?
No. I want to find a companion that I'm content with.
I think that requires you to divorce someone first.
Well, maybe.
Or is she okay with that?
That's a good question. Remains to be seen.
Have you guys had a conversation about that?
Mm-hmm.
So, would it be like a throuple or something?
No.
Okay. Oh, you guys would get a divorce, possibly.
Possibly, yeah.
Do you just feel like there's no love left between you guys?
Diminished.
Finished? Well, I think you guys should definitely have that discussion and see where things are going between you two before you leave the country.
Yeah.
So, as I'm sure you can tell, when this resurfaced, people thought that this guy was Ryan. I mean, I thought it was Ryan when I first saw it, but police did end up confirming that it wasn't him. But yeah, between how he looks and the whole woman in Uzbekistan thing, I can definitely see why people thought it was Ryan. But at this time, there was a bigger question looming over everyone's mind, and that was whether or not he broke any laws, because technically, it's actually not illegal to fake your own death. However, when people have tried to fake their own deaths, I mean, at least the ones who have been caught, most of them end up breaking the law in the process. And in this case, a lot of people believe that Ryan did in fact break the law. And there were 2 charges initially that people thought he might end up facing, and one of them was obstructing an officer, and the other was attempted insurance fraud, obviously. In the state of Wisconsin, it's illegal to, quote, knowingly give false information to an officer or knowingly place physical evidence with the intent to mislead officers in the performance of their duties, which clearly is word for word what Ryboy did. And then there's the attempted insurance fraud, which a lot of people think that he did. After all, he did get that life insurance policy knowing that it would be needed under false pretenses. He also got a second passport after he said his first one was lost or stolen when it wasn't. But I'm not sure if that's a crime. Either way, though, he clearly did not execute this legally. So the next big question on everyone's minds is, will Ryan be brought back to the United States so that he could potentially face these charges? And basically, even though nobody knew where he was, it was speculated that he was in Uzbekistan, of course, with this other woman. But it turns out that the U.S. doesn't have an extradition treaty with Uzbekistan. So people were curious if he was just going to get away with it. And it seems like investigators were wondering that too. Since they didn't know where he was, it was kind of up to Ryan if he wanted to return. And you also have to keep in mind how expensive and time-consuming it would be to execute an international manhunt. So I'm sure they had to sort of weigh out if his crimes were worth that effort and those resources. But of course, they definitely wanted to see him get his ass back to the United States. But instead of taking a more forceful tactic, they decided to try to appeal to his emotions. In a press conference on November 21st, we found out that law enforcement had been in contact with Ryan and that they were, quote, pulling at his heartstrings to try to get him to come back home. And finding out through this press conference that they were, in fact, in contact with him was huge. In this press conference, Sheriff Podol explained that on November 11th, they were able to get in contact with Ryan through this, quote, Russian-speaking woman. They ended up asking him a number of personal questions to confirm his identity, and they also asked him to provide a video of himself to prove that he was safe. And surprisingly, he did it. And the audio is a little muffled, so it's kind of hard to listen to, but take a look. And I think we can all agree that Rai isn't looking too happy in this video. He actually looks pretty miserable, which is ironic considering he abandoned his whole life to allegedly start some fairy tale with a chick that he met on the internet. But I'm sure the miserable part of it came from knowing that he was caught. And a lot of people question if she was real, like maybe he got catfished or something. But investigators did confirm that they were able to find him through her. So, I mean, I personally believe that she is real. And it's pretty crazy. But when they were reviewing the contents of his laptop, they actually found a picture of her, and that's how they were able to find him. And apparently, they had been in communication with him every day since November 11th, which sort of, and I don't know if this is just me, but it kind of makes me think that maybe he wanted to come home because he could have just easily ignored them. Like if he was happy with his choice and he was with his new lady out in Uzbekistan, would he have really kept up that contact with investigators? I don't know. Or maybe it just came out of fear. Maybe he knew the jig was up and they were going to find him anyway and he just kind of gave up. I don't know. There's a lot we still don't know. But there is actually a lot we do know, and this is insane, but he ended up telling investigators exactly how he tried to pull this off.
And he decided in one of his communications that he was going to tell us how he did that. He stashed an e-bike near the boat launch. He paddled his kayak in a child-sized floating boat out into the lake. He overturned the kayak and dumped his phone in the lake. He paddled the inflatable boat to shore and got on his e-bike and rode through the night to Madison. In Madison, he boarded a bus and went to Detroit and then the Canadian border. He continued on the bus to an airport and got on a plane. We are continuing to verify this information, trying to put the dots together. But we feel that this was Ryan's way that he could tell the entire country how he did it. One of the things that he did say was he didn't expect us to go more than 2 weeks in searching for him. Well, I hate to tell you, he picked the wrong sheriff in the wrong department. And one of the reasons why he picked Green Lake was because it was the deepest lake in Wisconsin. He did the research. He did. And he thought his plan was gonna pan out, but it didn't go the way he had planned. And so now we're trying to give him a different plan as to come back home.
Now, I'm going to touch more on all of that here in a bit, but isn't that just wild? Clearly, this dude thought of everything down to the lake that he was going to do it in. And Ryan also told them that he did this because he had, quote, personal matters and thought this was, quote, best. But a lot of people, including myself, believe that this other woman motivated the whole thing. I mean, in my opinion, it's pretty obvious that that's why he did it. But what was wild to me is he even said, and I don't know how genuine this is, that he felt bad about the amount of time and hours and resources that people spent looking for him, which I'm kind of like, dude, what did you expect? You really thought you were just going to drown and people were like, oh, too bad. Like, no, of course your family is going to want to recover your body and the community as a whole. What did you think this was going to be like? And it's so weird to think about with how much planning he actually did that he clearly didn't think a lot of the aftermath through. He just thought of how he was going to do it, but didn't think a lot about the consequences for others, which shows you he's a real selfish piece of shit, in my opinion. But I do have to give him the smallest little bit of credit for at least coming back, which he did. He came back completely on his own accord on December 10th and was immediately booked into the Green Lake County Jail on a misdemeanor charge of obstructing an officer. He then appeared in court the following day where he told the judge that he would be representing himself. He said that he only had $20 in his wallet and couldn't afford an attorney. And when a judge was like, you can get one for free, Ryan still said that he was just fine doing it himself. The judge did ask during this hearing that the media not portray this family just out of respect for their privacy, which is definitely the right call. And you would think that they wouldn't give him bail, considering he's a pretty big flight risk, in my opinion. But no, he was actually given a $500 signature bond, which is a type of bail bond that allows the defendant to be released from jail without paying it. It's basically an agreement that the defendant will show up in court, and if they don't, they end up owing the money. And this was also weird to me, but the judge didn't even confiscate his passport. But at the same time, I don't think Ryan would be going anywhere considering he was the one who turned himself in, but you never know considering his past. And in a press conference earlier that day, Sheriff Podol gave a little more insight into Ryan's return, including the fact that he came home voluntarily, and he even gave them a heads up before he arrived. So he has been cooperative to some degree, and I wonder if that was the guilt talking, I mean, who really knows what was going through his mind, but if I had to guess, the guilt really got to him. I feel like you don't plan this elaborate scheme for that long and then just end up turning yourself in unless you feel incredibly guilty. What is interesting, though, is he is pleading not guilty to that misdemeanor charge. So I guess at the end of the day, we don't really know why he came back and told investigators everything, and he really did tell them everything. The criminal complaint was released to the public in mid-December, and it shed a ton of insight into Ryan's plan. And it's insane, you guys. So I want to walk you through it, starting with the morning of August 11th. So once again, we know that Ryan started his day by going to church with his family. Wow. I mean, I'm pretty sure in the Bible, I'm not a religious person, but I know it actually says that lying is a sin. Right? But anyway, Ryan explained that after church, he went home and he briefly packed up the things that he would need for this fishing trip. But when he left, though, he didn't go right to the lake. He first went to his woodworking shop where he had actually been storing an electric bike that he purchased a few weeks prior. And I'm guessing he purchased an electric bike because it would have allowed him to haul ass out of there as quick as possible. He told investigators that he was worried that the cameras would see him loading the bike into his trailer. So he backed it all the way up to the building so that no one could see him loading it in. And then from there, he made a quick stop at Wally World where he said he intended to get a life jacket. However, that Walmart didn't have any. Now, to clarify, he did already have one life jacket, but he told investigators that he had left it out by the kayak to make his drowning seem more believable. So the reason he stopped at Walmart was so that he could get a second one that he could use when he paddled back after ditching the kayak out on the lake. But anyway, after going to Walmart, Ryan stated that he then went to a friend's house. He said that he knew this friend wasn't going to be home and he went over there to load up on stove pellets. And before you ask, I have no idea why this man needed the stove pellets. No clue on that one. But then he left his friend's house, and that's when he finally made his way to Green Lake, arriving sometime around 10 p.m. Ryan told them that he was kind of freaked out when he got there because there was a squad car in the area, but they eventually moved and he continued on with his stupid little plan. And as you heard the sheriff explain earlier, he then paddled out to what he thought was the deepest part of the lake and tossed his phone in the water, which made sense considering that his phone last pinged around midnight and it looked like it was in the lake. He then began inflating a child-size raft, which he got into, flipped his kayak, dumped the fishing rod and tackle box, and then paddled that little raft back to shore. And after he got to shore, Ryan explained that he ended up getting about hip deep in the muck, which made it difficult to get out of the water. What he didn't think about, though, is now he's going to have a muddy trail of footprints right behind him coming out of the lake. He actually told investigators that he was worried that they would be able to follow his footprints, so he did his best to wash them off the road. And this is where it gets even crazier. Ryan then proceeded to ride his e-bike 70 miles through the night to Madison, Wisconsin. He even brought an extra battery with him in case the bike died, which it did actually. And at one point, he said that he got cold and changed his clothes. And this is so messed up, but I guess around 5 a.m., Ryan had this moment of, I don't know if it was guilt or sadness or if he was worried, because 5 a.m. is the time that his wife typically wakes up in the morning. So I don't know if he was in that moment thinking about what she was about to experience and what she would be experiencing in the weeks and months to come and just felt bad or guilty or what. But he told investigators that this was the first moment where he really realized that there was no going back. So he ditched the bike, his clothing, and the raft at a park about 45 minutes away from a Greyhound bus station. And then he took that bus from Milwaukee to Detroit and then Detroit to the Canadian border in an effort to get to the Toronto airport. And apparently, getting through customs was harder than he thought it was going to be. Ryan told investigators that he thought having his passport would be enough, but I guess they also wanted to see his driver's license, which he didn't have, so they pulled him aside to question him privately. And he explained to investigators that he was super nervous while this is taking place. I'm sure he was just shitting bricks, man, because his whole plan hinged on this, but lucky for him, they ended up letting him through. So he managed to get to the airport where he purchased a one-way ticket to Paris. And then from Paris, he got another plane to the country of Georgia, which is at the intersection of Eastern Europe and Western Asia. And after landing there, he sent an email to this woman, and she picked him up about an hour later, and the two of them went to a hotel. Ryan also shared that he took $5,500 in cash with him, and by the time he arrived, he fully believed his plan had worked, baby. He was home free. And this was a plan that he said took a lot of research and meticulous planning. Listen to this. According to the criminal complaint, Ryan made comments that he had spent a great deal of time researching how to disappear. I asked Ryan what all he researched. Ryan stated that he researched other individuals that had successfully disappeared recently. Ryan stated there was an individual that disappeared for approximately 6 years. He researched lake deaths and researched how deep a body has to be without resurfacing. Ryan researched a lot of other things in regard to his disappearance as well, such as travel, how to take money over to another country, and different ways he could leave the country with leaving as minimum number of clues as possible. Ryan stated, quote, "Everything hinged on me dying in the lake." Ryan also stated the, quote, "whole idea was to sell the death." The dude even looked up weather patterns to try and figure out what night was going to be best for his 70-mile bike ride. And he also used a VPN when clicking on any articles about his own drowning because he wanted to make it look like he was viewing them from Russia. And that was only in cases where he actually clicked on articles, because he explained that he rarely actually clicked on them. It was mostly just reading the headlines. I think he was too nervous to actually look at them, or maybe he felt too guilty to read all the details of what everyone back at home was trying to do to locate him. And again, this is just all my best guess, but maybe he even thought that he would have to read quotes and interviews with his family members and that it would just tear him apart inside if he had to face that. But one thing he definitely didn't account for is that investigators were not going to just give up and believe that he drowned in the lake. Or if they figured out he didn't drown, they weren't going to be like, well, guess he's gone. Whatever. And I mentioned this earlier, but Ryan truly didn't think that people were going to look for him as long as they did. He said that he didn't even know that something like Bruce's legacy existed, which threw a pretty big wrench in his plan. And another thing he really messed up on was leaving his laptop behind, which he basically explained that he had to do it to really sell his death, but he thought he had wiped it clean. They always do, right? But when he was backing things up to iCloud, I guess he was using too much data and somehow an image of the other woman was found. Whoopsie. And like I explained before, they were able to track this woman down and then use her to track him down. November 8th is when they first reached out to him, and Ryan later told them that as soon as that email came in, his heart hit the floor. To be honest, though, he said that he figured they would eventually learn the truth, but his goal was to delay that as long as possible. So what is next for Mr. Ryan Borgwart? Is justice going to be served? Well, with his obstructing charge, Ryan is facing a maximum penalty of a $10,000 fine, 9 months in jail, or both. Which to me just seems like nothing compared to what he did and what he put so many people through. Even if he gets both of those, to me that is not nearly enough. And there's a chance he may even get just one or maybe nothing. Although I will say I don't think that's going to be how things shake out. I think the public will freak out if he doesn't get the maximum punishment here. He also might have to pay restitution to the county of Green Lake, but right now that hasn't been ruled on. And as for Keith with Bruce's legacy, he said that he's not going to be seeking restitution because he doesn't want to burden Ryan's family more than they already have been. And I really respect him for that. I think that's very gracious considering what they're going through, but also with what he has been through, to just kind of let it go for their sake is very honorable. I'm really impressed with Keith at Bruce's legacy, and I think the work that he is doing is spectacular. So my foundation, Higher Hope, is going to be reaching out to him. We're in the process of already reaching out to him to get him an Empower grant, which is our grant for nonprofits like his. And if you're interested in contributing to his nonprofit, I will leave a link so you can check it out, learn about it more, and maybe make a donation yourself. So shortly after Ryan returned to the States, Emily filed for separation, saying that their marriage was irretrievably broken. And she's also seeking full custody of the kids. And I'm so glad that she's moving forward with that. And we don't have much else on that front, but I don't see why she wouldn't be awarded that. I'm sure that'll be a pretty slam dunk situation for her. I think we can all agree that Ryan is a selfish loser, piece of shit. What else can I come up with? I mean, and this is my opinion. Maybe everyone won't agree with me, but I think, maybe this is harsh. I don't know. But I think doing this to your family is evil. I think this is evil territory, evil behavior. I don't know if he's an evil person, but what he did is evil in my opinion. He put his family through the most unimaginable trauma. I mean, that is not something that any normal, loving parent would ever imagine doing to their family. And I don't see any reason why he should ever have access to his kids again, unless they make the choice to reconnect with him on their own later down the road or whatever. But right now, I fully do not think he should have any type of custody or communication contact with the kids. Although, at the end of the day, it is their family's decision. But I think we can all agree he certainly shouldn't have any parental rights. And I was curious to know if he tried to make contact with any of them before he came back to the States. But right now that information isn't being released. So I have no idea where he's at when it comes to his relationship with the kids. And there was supposed to be a status hearing on January 13th, but I couldn't find any information on it. So I don't know what happened there. I'm not sure if it was postponed or if it just hadn't been reported on, but there's been sort of a lull in the case since mid-December. I did see that there is a hearing scheduled at this point for sometime in April, so hopefully we'll get some more answers then. And one thing that I really want to know is why he chose to come back. And as I explained earlier, I really do think it was just guilt. But I wonder if this new life he thought he was getting wasn't what he actually pictured. We don't know much about this other woman, but I would love to know what they were talking about. Maybe she was promising him something that she couldn't deliver on. Maybe he was promising her something he couldn't deliver on. Maybe there was no chemistry. Maybe there was catfishing going on, lies. Who knows? I mean, I've seen a lot of 90 Day Fiancé and all of that. So I'm just curious what ended up shaking out. Maybe he got there and she was like, ew, no, I don't know. I'd be very interested to see how that ended up playing out when he got there. And that's information we may never know. And there was even a moment where law enforcement expressed that they were worried for her well-being, as in the woman in Uzbekistan. But I feel like we would have heard about it if he had done something to her. And I hope that's not the case, but I doubt it. I mean, what do I know about this man? And he's certainly someone that you really can't take on face value, but he doesn't really seem like a dangerous person in that way. You know what I mean? So I guess if there's one silver lining to this case in any way, it's that as far as we know, no one got hurt, physically speaking, that is. But for the most part, that's really all we know at this point when it comes to Ryan's case. And I am, like I said in the beginning of this episode, I am so curious to hear your thoughts on it, especially when it comes to what you all think would be an appropriate punishment for Ryan, because I know my audience and I know you guys are going to think what is on the table is not nearly enough. Or maybe you do. Maybe you think it wasn't that bad and that it should be a little slap on the wrist. So let me know your thoughts below. I'm definitely curious to hear your thoughts on this entire case. I do find it so interesting and strange that he coughed up his whole plan and then just pleaded not guilty. Like, what was the thought process behind that? I don't know. It almost makes me wonder if he's going to go with an insanity defense or something along those lines, but who knows? I guess time will tell. But in closing, as goofy and stupid and just ridiculous this entire case is, there was a lot of pain felt and experienced by his family, his wife and his 3 children, and probably extended family as well. I mean, I'm sure. And the community as a whole, not to mention Keith and the Bruce's legacy team. So many people suffered throughout this entire experience, but no one more than his wife and his children. I just cannot imagine what this would have been like. And I don't know if they'll ever watch this coverage, but my heart truly goes out to them. It's so messed up. But that is going to be it for me this week, you guys. I will be back next week to discuss another case. But until then, stay safe out there. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to True Crime with Kendall Ray. Thank you so much, as always, for joining me today. And if you're new to the show, then welcome. I'm happy to have you here. And please make sure to click subscribe so you never miss an upload from me. And guys, today I am so excited, so eager to jump into the story I'm going to be telling you, because this is the story of a survivor. And I've never had the opportunity to actually speak to a survivor on the show. Today I'm going to be joined by Baron Lee, who I can't even put into words how much respect I have for this man, how much I like him. He is an incredible human in so many different ways. The story of what he went through alone when it comes to the crime that he survived, which is, you're going to just be blown away by that alone. But his entire life and the things that he is still doing to this day, he is a remarkable human, and I am truly honored to get to have him here. Truly, Baron, thank you for taking the time to come on the show and tell your story, and also spread multiple very important messages that I hope you guys will really take to heart and try to understand, because the things that he is fighting for just are not being talked about enough. I've had the opportunity to talk to him over the phone, and just listening to the passion in his voice and how badly he wants to see change in the world was so inspiring. And so right off the bat, I'm going to ask you to take out your phone, or if you're on the computer, and go to his Instagram. If you are on Instagram, go to his social media. I will put his handles up on the screen. It'll also be in the description box. His Instagram handle is Baron, BaronBli.CKMD. And I'm really hoping that you guys can come out in big numbers for him and give him that follow to help him amplify his message and reach more people. And by the end of this episode, I will explain to you why it is so important that we support Baron, because what he's doing is just so much bigger than what he has been through himself. We have a lot to go over today. Plus, you're going to be hearing from Baron quite a bit throughout the episode. So I want to go ahead and jump in by telling you, giving you a little bit of context about Baron's life before I officially introduced him, because the reality is, he is someone that has not had an easy life by any means. I mean, pretty much since the day he was born. And despite all of that, he has remained so resilient and so kind and just a good human. And people like that just inspire me beyond words. So Baron was born in July of 1972 in Thailand. But when he was young, his family moved to Hawaii. And it was there that he was put into foster care after being abused by both of his parents.
My name is Baron Lee. I'm also known as the Asian 50 Cent. I was born in Nakhon Ratchasima, Thailand. When I was a year old, my family decided to relocate to Hawaii, where my dad is originally from. At the age of 3, the authorities were called out to my family's home after my neighbors had heard me crying for 3 days. When the police arrived, they found me laying in an inch of water in my family's bathtub. I had burn wounds covering both of my arms and my legs, and I was barely alive. They rushed me to Hilo Hospital, where they were able to stabilize me and put me into surgery to do a procedure called skin grafting to care for my burn wounds. Fortunately, I made a recovery. However, during their investigation, they had discovered that my parents had burned me with a clothing iron. So I was placed into my very first foster home. I remained in the foster care system until I was 17. During that time, I had 17 placements, 6 group homes, and in and out of juvenile detention centers. The foster care system played a big impact in my life. I went through a lot of challenges and adversities and also learned a lot of life lessons. My experiences in foster care helped mold me into the man I am today.
Now, when Barron was 22 years old, he was still living in Hawaii, but in the aftermath of the Gulf War, as tourism dipped in the state, he decided he wanted to try living somewhere new. So he took a leap and ended up buying a one-way ticket to Las Vegas, along with a one-week stay at the California hotel. And his friends sort of thought he was a little crazy at the time because he didn't really think through anything beyond that, but it all ended up working out. He first got there in 1994, and eventually he got a job working as a dealer at a casino. And as you can imagine, or maybe you know from personal experience, this is a very social job, which led to Barron meeting all types of people. And personally, when I talked to him, I could just tell that this was a great position for him because he is a very social and talkative person who is filled with interesting things to say. And he's just, like I said earlier, very kind. So I think he thrived in that environment. And in 2001, he ended up meeting a woman named Dee Dee. Now, Dee Dee was originally from Thailand, just like him, and she had just moved to Vegas after graduating college in Canada. And Barron was one of the first friends that she made when she came to the States. And yes, I said friends, and it will all come full circle in a bit, but I wanted to mention her right off the bat because she ends up playing a very critical role in saving Barron's life in more ways than just one. But just so we're clear, at first, they were just friends. Dee Dee ended up getting married and had 2 kids in Vegas, Sophia and Ethan. And in October of 2010, Barron got married himself. He ended up marrying a woman named Sharon Kelly, who he first started talking to online in late 2008. They didn't officially meet until January of 2009, which is when she drove down from Washington to Vegas to meet him. But things went well enough that she ended up moving to Vegas, where the two of them ended up getting married on October 10th of 2010. But by January of 2011, they ended up leaving Vegas and going back to Washington, where Sharon was originally from. And it was there that they had their son, Eric Dragon Lee. Now, he was born in April of 2014, and he's actually going to be a focal point of this episode today. And since we have Barron here today, I thought it would be best for him to explain what ended up happening to Eric. But first, I will give you a little bit of backstory. So basically, right before their son was born, Sharon ended up getting in an argument with their OBGYN over the weight that she had put on during pregnancy. And because of this, she ended up deciding not to give birth to Eric at a major hospital, and instead, she went to a midwife birthing center. And when it came to his actual birth, it actually went very smooth. She was only in labor for 30 minutes, and he was born perfectly healthy. However, just a few days after taking him home from the hospital, they noticed that he was starting to turn yellow and develop jaundice. Now, this is something that is actually very common. My daughter also had jaundice and was put under the lights at the hospital for a couple of days because she had a pretty severe case of it. So I know there are probably so many of you out there who understand jaundice in babies and sort of the process of dealing with it. But if you aren't familiar with it, it happens when there's an excessive buildup of bilirubin in the blood. And there are many different ways of reducing the levels of bilirubin. And depending on how high they are, it can require different levels of treatment. And obviously, the higher the levels, the more dangerous it can be. Well, when they noticed that Eric was developing that yellow skin that you see in babies with jaundice, they called the birthing center to ask what to do. And they were told that all they had to do was put baby Eric in some sunlight, which is something that you're often told to do. When we left the hospital after my daughter was treated, and her bilirubin levels started going down, they did tell us to try and get her some indirect sunlight because it does help. And of course, they were first-time parents, so they just trusted that this was the best advice. And in a lot of cases, it is good advice. However, by day 8, he wasn't getting any better. In fact, it was actually getting worse, and he clearly seemed to be very uncomfortable. So they ended up taking him to their family doctor, who took a look at Eric, and the first thing he told them was that they needed to bring him to the emergency room at Seattle Children's Hospital right away. And I want to have Barron himself explain what they learned and how that resulted in the disabilities that Eric still lives with to this day.
This is my son, Eric Dragon Lee. He's 10 years old now. When he was born in a birthing center here in Everett, Washington. When he was just 8 days old, we saw that he was very sick, and we were instructed by our family physician to take him immediately to Seattle Children's Hospital to the emergency room. When we arrived, they took Eric from us and immediately took him up to the newborn ICU, and then took my ex-wife and myself into a room to tell us, what was his condition. They had about 10 to 12 doctors and nurses in the room. And basically, they told us that Eric had a severe case of hyperbilirubin. They said that most kids, when they're sick, they're at about a level 10 to 15, and they have to be put under blue lights to be treated. Anything over 20, they typically have to do a blood transfusion. They said my son's bilirubin levels were a level 47, the highest that anybody has seen at that hospital. We were, going through a lot of emotions at the time. I was upset. I was mad. I was concerned. And I asked them, what was the future for Eric's going to look like? And why was he, this sick? Comes to find out that when the birthing center sent a nurse to do a genetic testing on my son when he was a day old, left the lab sample in the back of her car for a week. So they didn't know anything about him until we came into the hospital, and they discovered that he had a genetic disorder called galactosemia, which did not allow his body to break down galactose, which is found in lactose. We had been feeding Eric breast milk for the whole week, so basically he was being poisoned and we hadn't known. I was told that if we had been informed, we would have been putting him on a non-lactose diet and some type of formula, and he would have been just fine. But because the bilirubin levels were so high, it caused severe brain damage to him. In the beginning, they told us that he could possibly be a vegetable, he could possibly die. But fortunately, he did survive, but he did end up with a form of cerebral palsy called dystonia. Dystonia affects all of his motor skills, so he's never going to be able to walk or talk or communicate the way you and I do. He also has some vision issues and audio neuropathy, which affects his hearing. He has a form of connectorus and a thing called GERD, which affects his gastro, and he gets a lot of severe reflux, can't keep things down. Currently, he has a medical pump in his stomach as well to administer baclofen, which manages his tone levels from dystonia. And he also has a GJ tube, which he's fed everything through. He doesn't take anything orally. What does this mean for Eric? Well, he has to have, 24-hour care. There's nothing that he can do on his own. He's always a very happy boy. Even with all the adversities that he's faced, he always finds a way to stay positive and happy. Well, we also went and sued the birthing center for their negligence. However, because they were just a birthing center and not a major hospital, their insurance company had a maximum payout of $1 million. Our lawyers had instructed us that we more than likely weren't going to be able to get more than that, even if we went after the doctors and the nurses personally, because it would have been hard. It would cost more money, to try and get that from them instead of suing for more. So we ended up settling out of court, and the insurance company paid us the $1 million. Well, with lawyer fees and everything, Eric was left with $650,000. So I had put that into a special needs trust where that money would be able to grow tax-free, and I wouldn't have access to it, or neither would his mom. However, there's a caveat. If the event that Eric was to pass away before the age of 30, the beneficiaries would have a payout on whatever is left in the trust. There is a small piece that my ex-wife didn't realize, though. In the state of Washington, before beneficiaries are paid out, Social Security and Medicaid, they get paid back before the beneficiaries. So if he had passed away, we would have ended up with nothing either way. But I have no access to his money, even though I have custody with him. this money is strictly for his medical needs. You know, he has everything cared for until he's 18, so that money can grow without it being touched. So when we are no longer here, at least he'll have some funds to help manage his care. But as you can see, he always finds a way to smile and laugh. Say bye.
I'm really glad you guys got to see Eric there, and I think it's very obvious how much Barron truly cares for his son, loves him more than anything in the world, and would do anything to make sure that he gets the best care and is able to live the best life possible. And fun fact about Eric, I loved this, but he has seen Moana over 2,000 times, which to me, that's one of the best Disney movies ever and is so impressive. But as you can clearly see, Barron loves his son so very much. And the fact that he put money in a trust to protect him, it really just goes to show that his son's well-being has always been a priority for Barron from the beginning. But the truth is that amount of money will just not be enough to take care of Eric forever. And it doesn't change the fact of what happened and how it was completely preventable. Because of their gross negligence, Eric requires around-the-clock care, which thankfully Barron has always committed to giving him. Now, Sharon, on the other hand, not so much. In the year or so after he was born, she was going through a period of depression, which definitely can happen after giving birth. And of course, while I have sympathy for anyone experiencing postpartum depression, at the end of the day, she was neglecting the very specific type of care that her child desperately needed. And on top of that, she also wasn't being faithful to Barron. So in 2015, he decided that it would be a good time to end their relationship, and not just for himself, but for the best interest of his son. And he also knew it would be in Eric's best interest if he was his primary caregiver. However, when he told all of this to Sharon, it resulted in a big fight where neighbors ended up having to call the police. And get this, you guys, oh my God, this pisses me off. But when officers arrived, Sharon began falsely accusing Barron of not only beating her, but also beating their son. And I can't stress this enough. These allegations were completely baseless, and that clearly didn't stop her from making them. And so it eventually led to a saga of events that resulted in Barron not only losing custody of his son, but also becoming homeless. Now, something that Barron and I spoke a lot about when we were on the phone the other day is that he feels that this never would have happened if the roles were reversed. I mean, being a man in this situation, the officer didn't look for proof of Sharon's claims, and she basically was able to say whatever she wanted, and the officer just took her at her word. And I want to be very clear here that it is super important that we believe victims of domestic violence, but women are not the only victims. And I don't think that is something we talk enough about in society. Men can be victims too. And in this case, Barron was a victim who was painted to be the perpetrator. And at the root of it all, what is so heartbreaking is that the person who really suffered the most was Eric. In the first 3 months that he was in her care full time, he was hospitalized 5 times. And keep in mind that while his condition is serious, it's not like he was always in and out of hospitals. And obviously, this concerned Barron a lot. I mean, that's putting it lightly. He was very upset, very angry, and really felt helpless in this situation. And to make matters worse, when he would go and see Eric at the hospital, Sharon would lie to the security and tell them that he wasn't allowed to even be around his son. And they did end up kicking him out, which prevented him from seeing Eric at all, which is heartbreaking to me because this man, like I've already said probably several times at this point, loves his child more than anything in the world and would do anything for him. So for him to be denied access to him in the hospital when he needs that love from his parent and support is just devastating. And you'll hear Barron explain this in a minute, but on top of it all, it got to a point where the support payments and the court fees became too much to keep up with, and he was somewhere between $12,000 and $14,000 behind. And he was told if he didn't pay it by December, he was going to be sent to jail. So he had to make the incredibly hard choice of leaving Washington because he knew that he wasn't going to be able to fight for his son from behind bars.
The day I decided to leave Sharon and take my son, I came home from work and picked up Eric and headed out the door. On my way out, she started screaming at me, asking me what I was doing, and refused to let me leave the house. And she started pulling on Eric and screaming. I was afraid Eric was going to get hurt, so I handed my son over to him. And in the meantime, she's screaming. The neighbors heard the commotion and called the police. When the police arrived, she made some accusations saying that I had abused her and my son, and I was breaking furniture around the house. When the police interviewed me, I explained to them that this was not true. Clearly, there's no broken furniture, and I hadn't hit her, and there was no bruises or marks or scratches to prove otherwise. I did agree that if she would take Eric and leave, we could handle this in court. So the police allowed her to take Eric, and they advised us that we should handle this in court. A couple hours later, Sharon decided to come back to the house without Eric, but she had brought a couple friends of hers, and she was trying to get into the house. I had already managed to get the locks changed the minute she left because I didn't want to have any issues with domestic violence or being arrested for false accusations. When she tried to enter, I called the police. When the police arrived, she said that she was trying to get into the house because I had posted nude pictures of her online. Explained to the police officers, obviously, this wasn't true. And I asked if this is the case, please, provide proof of what she's making accusations of. She claims that it was posted on Facebook on one of her friend's posts. When asked her who the friend was or where the post was, she said it was deleted and she doesn't remember which friend saw the post. The police officers that came the second time weren't very friendly towards me and told me that, if I was posting this kind of stuff, I could go to jail. I explained to them this wasn't the case. They told me that I couldn't legally keep her out of the home because she's on the deed of the house as well. And I explained to them I just didn't want to have a domestic violence charges, and that the previous officers had recommended that we, be apart for the time being until we could settle this in court. She ended up leaving. Then 2 weeks later, I was served with a temporary restraining order and a protective custody order, and was told that I'd had to go to court in 2 weeks to contest this. But in the meantime, I was being evicted out of my house, and I was only allowed to take my car and a bag of clothing. I had to leave everything else in the house. 2 weeks later, I ended up going to court. I found out that this was a ploy for her to get a favorable parenting plan. And she had basically told the courts that she was afraid that Eric would die in my care because I didn't know how to care for him, which was a lie. When the judge looked at the case, they threw out the protection order with prejudice, but the parenting plan that they created was still in place, which required me to pay all the household bills, $1,900 in cash, which was a total of $6,000 in undifferential support. Even with the false accusations being unfounded, they limited my visitations to see my son 2 hours a week, twice a week. And I had to pay a guardian ad litem $1,500 for supervised visits based off the accusations that my son would die in my care. I went and paid the guardian ad litem so I could get my visitations put in place. And within the first visit, the guardian ad litem asked me why I was having supervised visits, because clearly I was a capable father. I knew everything about my son. I knew how to manage his tone. I knew how to manage feeding him and giving him medication, and that it seemed ridiculous that I needed supervised visits. So when I went back to court the second time, I tried to appeal on the child support because I couldn't afford $6,000 a month in support, and also try and find a place to live. I failed the appeal. However, they did remove the supervised visits, and I was able to pick up my son twice a week. However, these transitions or exchanges were very volatile. Sharon had made it very difficult to manage these exchanges. And at one point, she tried to literally run me over. I ended up on the hood of her car, and she drove with me on the hood of her car for a couple hundred yards until I was able to roll off her car successfully. And when I told the police what happened, they refused to allow me to press charges, told me that I had to manage this thing in family court because it's a civil matter. And then when I told the family court what had happened, they just told me that we had to learn to co-parent better. With all what was going on during this time, Eric was being hospitalized as well. And I was concerned about his welfare and his care because his mom wasn't taking care of him, was the main reason I was wanting to leave her in the first place. The courts refused to listen to me, and my son kept going to the hospital. And every time I went to visit him, Sharon would make lies and get me kicked out of the hospital, and I'd have to contact a social worker to get access to see my son again. All this time I was paying as much as I could with support, but I wasn't able to keep up with the total costs. I was living out of my car in the middle of winter at a rest stop in Everett. And by the time December came around, he had been out of my care for a little over 4 months. The courts threatened to throw me in jail if I didn't catch up with the back support, which was about $12,000 to $14,000 at the time. And I had to make a decision. Do I end up going to jail, or do I figure a way to stay out of jail and come back and fight for my son another day?
So he did make that very tough decision to leave Washington. And in doing that, he knew that people were going to think that he was abandoning his son. But let me tell you, that could not be further from the truth. Leaving Washington was a strategic move to be able to regroup and prepare to get his son back for good. And Vegas was where Barron decided to go. And a big reason that he was able to gain the strength to keep fighting was because of one special person who I've already mentioned, Dee Dee.
While going through all of this, no one believed anything that I was saying. Most people doubted the severity of the situation I was facing. However, Dee Dee was there for me emotionally. She and I met back in 2001, shortly after she completed college in Canada. She moved down to Las Vegas to live with her mom. We became friends right away, and over the years, we kept in contact. When Dee Dee found out what I was going through, she suggested that I move back to Las Vegas, where she could help me get back on my feet. 3 months after moving to Las Vegas, Dee Dee and I had decided to move in together with her and her 2 children, Sophia and Ethan. Sophia was 6 at the time, and Ethan was 9. And they grew to like me right away. Sophia started calling me daddy right away, and then Ethan shortly after that. We did a lot of stuff together. We went on road trips, and I was able to put a little bit of the situation I was dealing with to the side. But I knew that eventually I needed to get back to Washington to fight for Eric. Dee Dee and I had made a decision that when that happens, that we were going to relocate our entire family to Washington. This way, I could be with Eric, and also Sophia and Ethan could end up going to a better school and having a better life here in Washington as well.
So like you just heard, Barron was still very determined to get back custody of his son, even though he himself was still trying to get back on his feet. And in May of 2017, an opportunity presented itself. He got a call from CPS saying that Eric had been placed into a foster home. And I just want to start off by really emphasizing that the woman whose care Eric was placed in was an absolute saint. I got the opportunity to learn about her more from Barron when we spoke, and her name is Denise, and he could have not said nicer things about her. I mean, just raved about her. In fact, he said that she will always be a mom to Eric in a way because of how well she cared for him and how close the two of them got. And we also spent a lot of time discussing how unfortunately rare that is. I mean, I think most people understand that there are major issues in the foster care system, and sadly, a lot of people do it for the wrong reasons, do it for the money. And the children, that are placed into these homes, the wrong homes, just do not get the care and support that they need. And it's very traumatic. And of course, there are a lot of amazing foster parents out there who are absolutely doing it for the right reasons. And if any of you are out there who are foster parents and you're doing it for the right reasons, hats off to you, because oftentimes it cannot be easy, but you're making such a massive impact on these children. But like I said, it's unfortunately very rare for children to be placed into a foster home with foster parents who actually care about them and are doing it for the right reasons. And this is one of the many things that Barron is really trying to call attention to, spread awareness about, because a lot of foster parents are not like Denise at all. In Barron's own personal experience, he was placed into 17 different foster homes, and only a small percentage, a small handful of those homes he actually felt supported in. And he is definitely not alone. There are so many people who share similar experiences to what he went through. And the reality is this could be a topic on its own. And I'm sure there are some of you out there who have been through the foster care system and know firsthand. And I'd love to hear from you in the comments and start more of that conversation. And I'll be touching more on this later, but among the many problems with the foster care system, there's a major lack of care that leaves kids like Barron and Eric in incredibly vulnerable positions. Luckily though, Eric had a great foster mom, and thank God for that, because just listen to how he got placed in her care to begin with, which I'm sure you're wondering about. While Barron still didn't have custody, Sharon had an in-home nurse, and this nurse ended up finding Eric barely alive, barely breathing. And yet, Sharon decided to still go to school that day. And given the severity of his condition, thankfully, this nurse immediately called 911 and then rushed him to the hospital. Well, while he was there, CPS started an investigation and found out that Sharon had tried to order a do not resuscitate and a tracheotomy for Eric during one of his many hospital visits in her care. And the hospital staff, of course, I'm sure they were very confused by this, and they basically told her that she could not do that. And clearly, Sharon is someone who doesn't like hearing no. So she left and brought him to 2 different hospitals who ended up telling her the same thing. And when those 2 hospitals spoke to each other, they felt like this whole thing was really weird. And I'm very curious to hear all of your thoughts about it, because in my opinion, it's bizarre and really, really scary, because Eric wasn't in any kind of medical state where a DNR or tracheotomy would have been necessary. And so after looking at the situation as a whole, CPS determined that Eric was not safe in the care of Sharon, and that is how he ended up in Denise's care, his foster mom. So that's when CPS ends up calling Barron and asking him if he would be able to take care of Eric instead. And just to be clear, it had nothing to do with Denise's ability to care for him as a foster parent, but obviously at the end of the day, it's best for him to be with the biological parent. They specifically told him that if he was able to establish medical care in Vegas, then they would have someone bring him down. And I just loved what Barron's response to this was, because he knew that his son already had an established team of doctors at Seattle Children's Hospital. So instead of having Eric come to them, he, Dee Dee, Sophia, and Ethan all moved up to Bellevue, Washington to go to him. So that right there just shows you what a dedicated and selfless parent Barron is. And also, I want to shout out Dee Dee, Ethan, and Sophia for making that move as well, uprooting their lives because they knew it was going to be best for Eric. What sucks, though, is he wasn't given custody of Eric right off the bat. A judge had him and Sharon go through a dependency case where both of them would be given partial custody, and a decision would be ultimately made about which parent was a better fit. And this went on for a whopping 2 years. And they actually had to do exchanges at the local police station because of how hostile things had become between them. And get this, Sharon didn't want to have to physically hand Eric over to Barron. So instead, she would put him on the ground, on the dirty, germ-filled ground. And as you heard Barron say, there were times where Sharon would straight up try to run him over with her car. Barron, to be clear. And this would happen in the parking lot of the police station. So it's wild to me that it took 2 years for them to determine that he was the better fit, because it's so clear. But that's how long it took. But finally, in May of 2019, he was given physical custody. However, and unfortunately, Sharon was still granted visitation on the weekends. And every time his son left his arms and went with her, Barron feared that his son was going to die. So when I say that his efforts to gain custody were actually efforts to try and save Eric's life, I mean that. But getting physical custody wasn't the end of it. Things were trending favorably in his direction, including the fact that the child support payments were reduced from $6,000 a month to $800 a month. But this was still an uphill battle, and that battle came to a head on July 10th of 2020.
On July 10th, 2020, I was on my way to work. I was asked to fill in for one of my co-managers who was on vacation. Typically on Fridays is my day off, and I would be spending the day with my family. Our normal routine would be getting up, getting ready, and then going out and doing something together as a family. Because at 5 o'clock on Fridays, we were required to drop Eric off at the Kirkland Police Department to go home and visit with his mom on the weekends. But instead, I was walking out at 8:20 by myself, I had heard what I thought was fireworks. And so I looked to my left and I didn't see anything. As I turned to my right, I saw a shooter heading towards me and firing. I ended up getting shot in my right arm. He shattered my arm immediately, and I ended up dropping my keys. Fortunately, I had just unlocked my car door with the fob, so I decided to run towards my car and take cover. Shooters still shooting at me. As I open my car door, I take a shot to the back of my right leg. I end up falling to the ground, and I pull myself behind the car door because he's still shooting at me. A few seconds later, I look up, and he's standing right over me and shoots me and goes right into my chest. And at that point, I'm thinking, oh shit, I'm going to die. And I didn't really have much options, so I decided to dive into my car and hide my head under the wheel well. My right arm was already dangling, so I'm like this, hiding under the car. He fires the entire left side of my body until he runs out of ammunition. Then he bends over, picks up some shell casings, and then takes off. Then I end up falling back out of the car, and I'm laying on the ground next to my vehicle, bleeding out. At that point, I hear one of my neighbors saying, "Hey, are you okay?" And I'm like, "No, I've been shot. I need help. Please call 911. And they're like, "Where are you shot?" I'm like, "Everywhere. Just call 911. And then a few seconds later, the first neighbor to show up, her name was Krista Mann, finds me there laying on the ground, bleeding out. And I was dressed in black pants, black shirt, black jacket. So she couldn't see any of my wounds except the one that was on my chest. So she grabs a medical kit and starts applying pressure to the chest, hoping to slow down the bleeding. She gets on the phone with 911, and another neighbor comes out, and I remember asking them to go and knock on my door and tell my wife that I'm outside and tell her what's going on. I figured she probably didn't hear anything because in the morning, as we're getting Eric ready, giving medication, preparing his food and stuff, we usually have him watching Moana or listening to something on the TV. They get my wife to come out, and I remember having this conversation with 911. I don't know, it was either my wife who was on the phone with 911 or Krista was on the phone with 911, but I remember them asking if the shooter was there, if we knew who the shooter was, and I remember replying, telling the dispatch that I did not know who the shooter was. The shooter had left. Nobody's here anymore. I just just get the ambulance here right away. I'm dying,
911 emergency. King County
Hello?
for Bellevue.
My husband got shot.
Okay, it's your husband?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and is he awake and conscious right now?
Yes, he is.
Okay. And is it possible for me to speak to him? Is he awake?
Yes, one second, please.
Just help, please.
Hi, sir. Okay, and where are you shot?
1, 2, 3, 3 shots.
More than 3, Mama.
Left, right, are.
Okay.
Did any
Okay, I can speak to your wife.
My arms all shot, Mama. My legs, my chest.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay, where's the gun?
The guy ran with the gun. It's not here. Please hurry.
Okay, can you hand the phone to your
Please, Laura, hurry.
Okay, who shot him?
We don't know.
Okay, so the person's no longer there?
No. You'll get Eric.
Give me 1 second.
I'm sorry, sir. Ma'am, can you hear me?
Hi, I'm new.
Hi. Hello, ma'am?
Here. Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, okay, so is someone applying pressure right now?
Yes, my name is Krista. I'm applying pressure to the chest wound.
Okay. And just to verify, is the person who shot him or is this self-inflicted? Did he shoot himself?
I believe that somebody has shot him.
Okay.
We heard multiple gunshot wounds, and there have been people in our apartment complex that reported seeing a gentleman flee from the scene.
Okay. Okay, and did you see which way he went?
Where's the ambulance?
Coming, I hear sirens.
Okay, yeah, we have officers and our aid crews notified of what's going on there, okay?
I can't feel my arm. I can't feel my right arm.
It's okay.
No, it's not. My right arm, I literally can't feel my fingers.
It's okay. You're going to be just fine.
You're doing a great job.
You hear them? They're calling right
pressure,
now.
Okay?
And then I shift my focus to my wife, and I told her that I love her. I told her that I wanted her to take care of Eric and take care of Sophia and Ethan. And she told me, I got this. Don't worry. You're going to make it. You're going to be fine. You're going to be okay. Then the police show up. They were the first ones on the scene. They start tying tourniquets on both my arms and my legs. As the paramedics show up, I remember telling Dee that I loved her. I needed her to go and take care of Erica. And then paramedics load me up on a stretcher, put me on the ambulance, and we're on our way to Harborview. Now, in the ambulance, it's pretty chaotic. They're basically trying to cut off all my clothing, trying to find where all these bullet wounds are. And at that point, I remember I was just done. I was ready. I felt like I was at peace and ready to pass. Felt like I was laying in a peaceful meadow and I was ready to just fall asleep. And when the paramedics started shaking me and telling me, hey, you have to stay awake. And I remember after he said that, I was ready to fall asleep again. And then all of a sudden I felt this sharp pain. He ended up sticking his finger in one of my bullet wounds. And I remember screaming, fuck, don't do that. I'm awake. Don't do that again. And that gave me enough adrenaline that I actually stayed awake. And we then arrived at Harborview, and they rushed me into the ER, and they've got me on the hospital bed, and they're hooking me up with IVs and pouring a bunch of morphine into me and painkillers and whatnot. And I end up laying in the hospital for that entire day. They didn't actually get me into surgery till the next morning at 1:00. And I remember being awake the whole time thinking, who shot me, But they finally get me into the operating room, and I remember them counting down as they were putting anesthesia for me to go under. I end up waking up the next morning, and I have bruises and gunshot wounds all over my body. My right arm had been shattered, so they had me in a brace. I couldn't move my right arm at all. It was in a sling. I could move my fingertips. That was it. I could move my fingertips. I had been shot twice in my right arm, once in my right leg, twice in my left leg, twice in my left arm, one in my left hip, and then one in my chest, for a total of 9 shots. I was told that they were able to remove 3 of the bullets, but there was still 3 inside of me as well. They couldn't remove it because they felt that it would do more damage trying to get it out and cause, maybe more nerve damage. However, I did have severe bruising around all of my bullet wounds as well. And I felt like I had been hit by a truck, or I had just been beat up by a bunch of guys. It hurt a lot.
I'm sure you guys all agree with me, but Barron's attitude and his strength and just the way he talks about what happened to him is so remarkable and impressive to me. To have survived all of that, which is something almost nobody can say they've done, and still come out of it with so much strength and positivity is astounding. And you heard him say it earlier, and I love this, but he was actually dubbed the Asian 50 Cent, which, if you didn't know, 50 Cent actually also survived being shot 9 times, which is just insane. And calling it a miracle is really the only way I can explain it. And one of the things I thought was especially incredible was how he told Sophia and Ethan. They were actually visiting their grandparents in Florida at the time, but he wanted to let them know what happened, and he wanted to do it in a way where he could show them that he was going to be okay. So the day after he got out of surgery, he took a picture of himself physically standing up out of his hospital bed. And he has actually said that this was very hard to do, that he was in a ton of pain. It was so important to him to show them that he was going to be okay and to show strength. And God, I love Barron so much. To him, the idea of sending a photo of him laying down just didn't send the message that he wanted them to hear. And this message has really become his motto, which is, life may knock me down, but it can't keep me down, which is something we should all keep in our minds every single day. And if there is one thing I am confident in, it's that nothing will ever keep Barron Lee down. He has exhibited so much strength throughout all of this, and not just in terms of the shooting, because Before getting shot, the accusations made by his ex-wife stripped him of everything he had, not to mention the fact that he was abused by his parents and went through 17 different foster homes. But none of that has stopped him from fighting for what he knows is right. And in all honesty, Barron has said that being shot 9 times is actually not the worst thing that's ever happened to him. In fact, he actually called it a relief because it meant that people would finally believe the truth that he had been the victim all along. When he was shot, he may not have known the identity of his attacker, but he was confident that only one person could have been behind it, and that was his ex-wife, Sharon Kelly. She was the only person who had the motive, and luckily the investigation led police right to her. So let's talk about it. As soon as first responders and police arrived on scene, one of the major priorities, besides obviously saving Barron's life, was finding the shooter. Because of course, for all they knew, this was an armed gunman on the loose, and that is a major public safety concern. Their special operations group was even called, and they spread out all over trying to track down this shooter. Now, for context, Barron and his family were living at the overlook at Lakemont Apartments. And there's this staircase that leads down to a tunnel, and then that tunnel opens up to a shopping complex and a park. And a witness actually told police that they saw someone running in that direction shortly after the shooting, so this was an area that they primarily focused their search. Unfortunately, they didn't find anyone, and they quickly realized that this may not have been a random attack. While some units were canvassing the area, others were processing the scene, and people at the scene realized that this didn't really look like a random attack. If this had been something like a robbery gone wrong, you would expect things to have been stolen, right? But Barron had 2 phones on him, his wallet, his car keys, and valuable jewelry. And on top of that, both a witness and Barron later told police that they saw the shooter picking up some of the spent shell casings. And your typical shooter doesn't do that. Then they had a police canine come in, and the dog tracked the scent from the parking lot where Barron was shot to the lower parking lot by the park. And the dog stopped very abruptly in that lower lot. And that indicated to them that the shooter got into a car at that point and fled, almost like they had an escape plan. So now they had to consider that someone wanted him dead. But who? Well, according to Dee Dee, who spoke with investigators while Barron was in surgery, Sharon was the only person who didn't get along with him. And she explained that his ex-wife might have been trying to get back at him for gaining custody of Eric. Plus, if we're talking about motive here, there was that hefty malpractice trust fund that was set up in his name. So, I mean, logically speaking, it was the only thing that really made sense. However, once Barron was out of surgery, he explained that it couldn't have been Sharon who pulled the trigger. Now, he wasn't sure if the person who shot him was male or female, but he was certain that this person was thin, and that just doesn't match her description. But just like Dee Dee had said, he told investigators that she is the only person he thinks would have the motive to do it. And they also did have to consider Dee Dee's ex-husband, who I guess there was bad blood with, but he was very quickly ruled out. But at the end of the day, the signs really only pointed to one person, but obviously signs and evidence aren't exactly the same thing. So investigators just had to keep working the case to see where it led them. And ultimately, it ended up being security cameras that led them in the right direction. When they were canvassing the area, investigators found a camera that was mounted to a building, and that building just happened to face one of the main roads in and out of that lower park area. And when they went through the footage, they saw that a little less than 2 hours before the shooting, there was a maroon-colored Ford F-150 that drove into the park area. And then a slender-looking figure could be seen walking up the road towards the direction of Barron's apartment, which that alone wasn't all that strange. But then, an hour and 50 minutes later, that same person could be seen running down the road, away from the apartment, and then that same truck could be seen speeding off in the opposite direction it came from, which obviously didn't feel like a coincidence. And what also wasn't a coincidence was the fact that where this truck was likely parked was the same area where that canine lost the shooter's scent. So, assuming that this was connected, investigators had to try and figure out who this truck belonged to. And using traffic cameras in the area, they were able to do just that. They basically were able to track that same truck across multiple cameras, and a few things stood out. I mean, starting with the fact that there were not one, but 2 people in the truck. And truthfully, they couldn't really see the driver all that well, but they could see that the guy in the passenger seat was wearing the same white shirt as the guy who ran away from the apartment complex minutes after the shooting. And they also saw that he was wearing what looked like a gold chain necklace and that he wasn't wearing his seatbelt correctly. And this is very interesting. He did have his seatbelt clipped in, but the part that goes across your chest was tucked under his arm. And this will be very important later on, so we'll come back to that. But the other key thing that they saw was the truck's license plate, which showed that it belonged to a guy named Arthur Mendez in Mount Vernon, Washington. However, they learned that it wasn't Arthur who typically drove that car. It was his 17-year-old son, Quincy. But the strange thing was, neither Arthur nor Quincy had an obvious connection to Barron. And assuming that the driver of this truck was connected to the shooting, you would expect that there would at least be something. So the special ops team began following the truck over the next few days to see where it went, hoping that it would lead them to some more answers. And they also decided it was time to go ahead and pay a visit to Sharon. And that whole interaction really rubbed investigators the wrong way. What happened was, they went to her house and they knocked on the door and explained that they were from Bellevue investigating a crime. And mind you, they didn't provide any specifics at first. Yet her response to them was something like, "The only person I know in Bellevue is my ex-husband, and I have no idea what's going on with him." But they never said that this had anything to do with Barron in the first place. Now, they did eventually tell her that it was about him, but for her to independently bring that up on her own felt weird. And she also didn't mention Eric, her son, who also lives in Bellevue. And not only that, she was very quick to bring up the idea that Barron also had people in Nevada who he had problems with or had problems with him. And, obviously she's trying to shift their attention in another direction. Then, as expected, she just decided to stop answering questions altogether, so they had to walk away. But luckily, though, they didn't need her cooperation to find Barron's shooter. On July 15th, the special ops team was tracking Quincy, the teenager, in his truck, and they ended up following him to a gas station. And in the car with him was another teenage boy who just so happened to be wearing a gold chain necklace and who had his seatbelt tucked under his arm. And this was really interesting to me and honestly gave me a little peace of mind. But I guess this is really rare for people to tuck the seatbelt under their arm. The investigator that I heard speaking about it said that it's less than 1% of the population who does this, so it's a very specific thing for a person to do. Certainly looking like the person that was seen running away from Barron's apartment after he was shot. And it wasn't hard to figure out who this kid was. So, after going to Quincy's high school and showing the faculty a photo of the other guy, they learned that it was actually 17-year-old Joseph Good. What was interesting, though, is neither of these boys were known to be troublemakers. Quincy was even planning to join the military after he turned 18, but that dream of his would never come true because police suspected that he was the getaway driver in a murder attempt. And that, of course, would mean that Joseph was the shooter. And of course, this was just a theory at first, but it was confirmed after investigators got a search warrant for their electronic data. Now, obviously, going through months of someone's electronic data takes a long time, and we're talking about teenagers who are on their phones all the time and all their devices, so it did take 3 months to sift through, but they ended up finding some pretty undeniable evidence. It turns out that Joseph had an email in his inbox from a website called Brick House Security, which is a company that sells tracking devices. And this didn't make a whole lot of sense to investigators at the time. I mean, why would a 17-year-old need a tracking device? I mean, unless your parents set you up with one for whatever reasons, but it turns out that it wasn't necessarily his. Listen to this. Investigators ended up going back to Barron's car, which was still in their possession, and right there on the ground was this tracking device. It had been taped to the bottom of his car, and while it was sitting in evidence, the device had fallen off. And after getting a search warrant for the data on that specific tracker, they learned that it was registered to none other than Sharon Kelly. Shocker. Finally, it gave them the connection that they had suspected was there all along. And get this, the device was actually purchased back in 2015, and it didn't end up being activated until 2 weeks before the shooting, and then only 4 days after the shooting, the device was deactivated. They also found texts between Sharon and Joseph about payment for the job. She was going to pay him $13,000 to kill Barron, but because he wasn't successful, she wasn't going to give it to him at all. Now, Joseph was apparently determined and said that he would try again. Thankfully, though, that didn't happen. And luckily, all of this was enough for investigators to finally make the arrests. On October 8th, all 3 suspects were arrested, and investigators ended up doing it all at the same time to avoid anyone being able to tip off the other. And it went smoothly. All 3 of them were detained without problems, and searches were even performed at each of their homes. But ultimately, they actually never recovered the weapon that was used to shoot Barron. To this day, they did find some money and even a burner phone at Sharon's place, but not the gun itself. It wasn't at her place, it wasn't at either of the boys' place, so who knows what they did with it. Now, as you can imagine, as a parent of a teenager, to find out that your child was involved in something like this had to have been incredibly shocking. And Quincy's parents were very, very shocked at the news. And they thought that police had to have been mistaken, but they weren't. Their son and his friend were involved in an attempted murder plot, which is why they both were booked on the charge of attempted murder in the first degree. And I'm sure you're wondering, how did Sharon know these boys to begin with? It turns out her teenage brother went to the same high school as them, and Joseph was the one she connected with. She offered him $13,000 to kill Barron, and he eventually roped Quincy into it, and he agreed to be the getaway car for a cut of the money, which is just so mind-blowing. I know teenagers don't have, there lacks some critical thinking skills when you're that young, but to throw your life away, or to risk throwing your life away, and to take someone else's life away for $13,000, actually less because they were going to be splitting it however they had agreed, it's just so mind-blowing to me. And we know all of this because Quincy just flat out confessed. The other 2 stayed completely silent, but he told investigators everything and even took responsibility for his role right off the bat. And given the threat of what they all were facing in terms of jail time, all 3 of them ended up just pleading guilty in exchange for lesser sentences. And another detail about this case that just really warmed my heart and made me admire Barron even more is he actually advocated for the boys to get lesser sentences. He didn't want their lives to be ruined over a horrific mistake, but a mistake. And he knew that they were very young, and yeah, he just didn't want to see that happen. So that level of forgiveness just... Barron is a true salt of the earth, rare type of human. I don't know if I would have that type of strength and forgiveness if I was in his shoes. So Quincy ended up pleading guilty to assault in the first degree, and he got a sentence of 8 years and 10 months. And Joseph pleaded guilty to attempted murder and unlawful possession of a firearm and received 12 years and 8 months. Now, as for Sharon, who we have zero empathy for, she pleaded guilty to solicitation to commit murder in the second degree, resulting in a very underwhelming sentence of only 165 months, or just under 14 years behind bars. Which, when I heard that, my jaw was on the floor. I felt instantly just filled with rage. How could someone only get such a low amount of time for something that horrific, especially given her history? And even to Barron, that sentence is not nearly enough. But at the end of the day, the good thing here, though, is that will keep her behind bars past Eric's 18th birthday, which ultimately means that she cannot gain access to his trust.
Forgiving the boys wasn't something I thought about right away. It actually took me some time to think about everything that transpired. It wasn't until I realized that the boys were victims as well. It was Sharon that pulled them into her diabolical plan. She ruined their lives, ruined their families' lives. So when the prosecution approached me about offering them a lower sentencing, I was all for it. My intention was that the boys would be able to see the opportunity being given to them, that they would go ahead and get an education while they're in prison, and then eventually when they got out, go ahead and make a life for themselves. I was glad I was able to meet with Quincy's parents. I wanted them to know that I had no ill will towards them or towards Quincy. And I also wanted to relieve them of any burden of guilt. I mean, I couldn't imagine if one of my teenagers went and did something as silly as that and what kind of guilt I would have. So I wanted to give them that peace and let them be able to just focus on being able to support Quincy and eventually, being there for Quincy when he gets out. As far as Sharon goes, her sentencing was definitely not long enough. When the prosecutor told me that they wanted to give her a plea deal and lower her sentencing down to 152 months from 300 months. I was adamantly against it. And the prosecutor basically told me that they were going to take this plea deal because it's a guaranteed prosecution and they didn't want to risk going to trial and possibly not being able to get her prosecuted. And I told them I didn't care. I wanted to go to trial. But they went ahead and moved forward with the plea deal. So when her sentencing came, I went in front of the judge and I told them, that I was against the plea deal. However, instead of the 152 months, that she should get the 165 months, which was the maximum for that plea deal they offered her. Since they already had taken it down from 300 months, 165 was more than fair if she was going to get a plea deal. Thankfully, the judge agreed and she got the 165 months, which means that she won't be getting out before Eric turns 18. My intention is to get Eric's guardianship in place so he'll be protected from her when she finally gets out.
Which, even though she deserved so much more time, that alone, the fact that she can't get access to the trust is such a massive relief. I mean, this woman is a monster, and really, the shooting is just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, it goes so much deeper than that. Obviously, the shooting was the tipping point and very scary and undeniably big part of this. But one of our biggest goals with this episode was to share with you all that there is so much beneath the surface that led to that point. And part of that is the reality that Eric was always her target. There's no denying that Barron is a clear victim in all of this. I mean, he got shot 9 times doing everything that he could to protect his son. But it was Eric's trust fund that she wanted. And Barron was just someone who was in the way of her getting that. Honestly, this entire story is almost unbelievable. And it's a huge reason why I wanted Barron to come onto the show and tell you guys about it himself. I mean, who could explain this story better than him? So we also wanted to take the time to share what he has been doing as a result of all of this and highlight the major systemic issues that allowed this to happen in the first place. Specifically, as it relates to the custody dispute with Eric, the baseless claims made against Barron, and how the system is not set up to support fathers. Because with no proof whatsoever, Sharon was able to strip Barron of his parental rights and force him into homelessness, which led to a contentious custody battle that eventually resulted in the shooting. Sharon was manipulating the system in her favor, and it almost cost Barron and Eric their lives. This whole case is very layered, and at each layer, Barron and Eric were the victims. Obviously, women and mothers are failed by our systems all the time, but Barron's case serves as a very important reminder that fathers experience the failures of the system as well, and the protections in place for fathers are not always the same as they are for mothers. Again, keyword, not always, and there are just so many issues across the board for everyone, but it's really a huge issue that he has been calling attention to and trying to advocate for. Specifically, he wants people in Washington to help support the Washington Initiative for Boys and Men in getting House Bill 1266 heard and passed to create a commission for boys and men. If this bill passes, boys and men will be better advocated for when laws are passed, and it will also look at current legislation and seek to make changes as well. This bill, along with Senate Bill 5446, will focus on policy recommendations in 5 areas, including education and skills, mental and physical health, fatherhood, family and relationships, jobs, careers, and financial health, and experiences of males in the court system. So if you live in Washington and want to show your support for this bill, you can call or write your legislator. As always, I'll have an example typed up in the description box of this episode or the show notes if you're listening on Spotify or Apple Podcasts, and so that'll make it really easy for you to just copy and paste. Unless you want to change it up or write your own, that's great too. And currently, no other state has a commission for boys and men, but you can still reach out to your legislators and ask for one. Barron told me that he has connected with thousands of other fathers who are in very similar situations to what he went through, and he did that through support groups. And so this is something that men are experiencing all across the country. And he also wants to encourage people to petition their representatives to fight for 50-50 parenting plans so that kids get equal time with both parents and neither parent is alienated. And obviously, this really goes without saying, but that's if there's no evidence to suggest wrongdoing or unsafe conditions on either side. In Barron's case, the false allegations made against him were believed. And then when they realized he was a capable father, he still wasn't able to get back complete custody. He was deemed guilty until proven innocent. And not having fair due process is something that is not unique to him. And he's hoping to change that for other fathers going forward.
The main reason I lost custody of my son is that we have a broken family court system here in the state of Washington and many states across the country. My ex-wife was able to file for a protection order because she said I was abusing her and my son. 2 weeks later, the protection order was thrown out with prejudice because they realized they were all false allegations. However, a parenting plan was put in place which required me to vacate my home, pay her $6,000 a month in child support, and restrict my visits to 2 hours twice a week. And I was required to pay $1,500 for supervised visits because she said my son would die in my care. On top of that, I lost all medical decision-making for my son. After I had my very first visit, the guardian ad litem realized that I was more than capable of being a father and knew everything about my son's medical conditions. However, this is a tactic that is used by lawyers because there is no perjury mechanism in the family court system, so anyone can lie and make up any type of stories. So after I was shot, I really wanted to advocate for fathers' rights, and I met a gentleman named Blair Daly. He started an organization called Washington Initiative for Boys and Men. And for the past 4 years, he has been trying to get a House bill passed to create a commission for boys and men with the intention of making sure that boys and men are represented anytime a law is created. I am hoping we can also get legislation to create proper due process for men in family court system and to make 50-50 parenting a standard.
Now, I'll put more information about this initiative in the show notes or description box. But if you guys have any questions, Barron is very willing to connect with anyone out there who wants more information or wants to learn more. You can always reach out to him, just through his social media. He says DMs are the best way to do so. So once again, pull out your device, find Barron on social media. Please give him a follow. This man deserves it, and his content is excellent. He's planning to do much more with that. So help him spread the word and give him that support. It would mean a lot to me, and I know it would mean a lot to him. And another way that you can help him is by supporting the nonprofit that he co-founded, and it's called Route 21. I really love what this nonprofit is doing, and it all stemmed from his own experiences in the foster care system. Together, they recognized a need for children currently in the system to be mentored, and who better to do that than someone who's already gone through the system themselves? So what Route 21 does is they pay young adults who have graduated from foster care to mentor youth who are still actively in it. And what they're really doing is twofold. For one, they're helping kids in the system learn the skills that they need to survive once they hit adulthood. And two, they're providing a unique paid opportunity for young adults who have aged out of the foster care system to make money and give back. What they're doing is really, really cool and unique. It's a 7-year program where every year they select 8 kids starting their freshman year of high school, and they're paired up with 8 mentors. And it's very new. The first group of kids are actually entering their 2nd year now, but year 1 is all just about establishing a relationship between the child and their mentor. Trust is something that can be really difficult for foster kids to develop with someone new for obvious reasons. And so that's really the first thing that they're working on building. So once a week, they'll go out to breakfast with their mentor. And then twice a month, the whole cohort does a group outing, like seeing a movie or going paintballing, going go-karting. And then every quarter, the mentors and students will meet to learn about life skills related to their acronym, which is WHEELS, WHEELS. It stands for wealth, health, education, emotion, life skills, and spiritual. And it's the curriculum that their mentors have developed to prepare the students for life after they age out of foster care. And it was so cool learning about this from Barron. You can just tell how truly passionate he is about helping. And that's not all he has done. He and his business partner also have a general contracting company, which he will tell you more about in a minute. But just to give you a little background on it, basically, Barron wanted to find a way to take things a step further for kids who have aged out of the system. He really does care very deeply about giving these young adults real opportunities to succeed in life, beyond just giving someone advice or a job. He talked a lot about how important it is to him to make sure that these young men are setting goals and finding passion in life and learning how to navigate and operate businesses so that they can go on and start one of their own.
Because I grew up in foster care, I've always wanted to help foster kids. When I saw that I had a platform where people were listening to me tell my story, I started spreading awareness about what foster kids go through. That's when Blair introduced me to a gentleman named Rick Newell. Rick and his wife, Rebecca, had successfully run a nonprofit that mentored inner city youth for the past 10 years. Rick explained to me that he was stepping away from the program and wanted to start a program similar to that, but for foster kids. He also explained to me that he had very minimal experience with foster kids and asked me if I would be willing to mentor him for a year. And during that year, we met once a week. I shared a lot of my own personal experiences and things that I went through. We discussed, the obstacles that we would face dealing with the issues that are currently in the broken system, also with the issues with the children and their trauma and things that they have to deal with, as well as the obstacles we would have to face putting together this program and creating a curriculum that would help these kids thrive. So after a year, we started Route 21, and our main goal is to take previous foster kids in the ages of 20s and 30s and pay them to mentor kids currently in care, starting at freshman year age. Our hopes is to keep them, out of the streets and facing some of the normal social issues that foster kids go through, like drug addiction, incarceration, homelessness, and sex trafficking. Instead, give them the tools and the knowledge needed so they're able to thrive once they hit adulthood. I've been on the board of advisors and the board of directors for a couple of years now. However, recently I stepped down from the board of directors because my business partner and I started a general contracting company. Since we're both in foster care, we wanted to create a business that could help aged out foster kids. So what we do is we employ aged out foster kids and teach them the construction industry. Our goal is to help them find something that they like in the construction field and create a subcontract company, giving them their own business, teaching them how to run a company, network and market for themselves as well as hire and manage their own team. We wanted to do more, and we hope that by what we do, that they're able to eventually replicate what we do and help other kids as well.
Now, I'm sure you guys feel the same way about Barron as I do. He is truly an amazing person. And once again, I just wanted to say thank you, Barron, for taking the time to come on my show. Like I said on the phone, I really hope you and I get the chance to meet in person one day. And I feel like you have so much to offer this world, and you truly inspire me. And I mean that with my whole heart. And I'm also so inspired by everything that Route 21 is doing. I think it's really cool. I'd love to see more programs like this across the country. I know probably some do exist, but we definitely need more like them. So I'm going to be making a donation to them, of course. And if you're interested in making a donation to Route 21, I will have their website linked below or in the show notes so that you can do that. And you can also donate directly to Barron via his GoFundMe, which will go towards a number of things, including his continued fight for custody of Eric. And yes, you heard that right. Barron still does not have legal custody of his son. He does have physical custody, but not having legal custody prevents him from being able to make important decisions about Eric's life, such as his health, which he needs to be able to do.
One of the biggest challenges I still face is getting custody of Eric. Most people don't realize this, but I don't have legal custody of my son. When I started the custody battle with my ex-wife, she was given custody and I was limited visitations to a couple hours a week. this never changed even once he was put into foster care. When they took him out of her home and put him into foster care, that's when they opened up what they call a dependency case. During that dependency case was where we had that 2 years of Sharon and I both getting visitations. And it wasn't until she did that crazy stunt, putting my son on the floor, that the dependency court deemed me the more suitable parent. And I was given temporary physical custody of my son. In August of 2020, we were scheduled to go to trial in family court because we were trying to get the ruling from dependency court adopted to family court, where the parenting plan could be changed, where I would have legal custody. But because Sharon wanted to contest it, she was afforded a trial, which was scheduled in August of 2020. However, I got shot in July of 2020, so that trial never came to fruition. While she was incarcerated in King County Jail for 3 years, awaiting sentencing, they would not allow her to attend a Zoom trial or in-person trial to family court to get this parenting plan changed. So I had to wait until she was sentenced. Well, a year ago when she was sentenced, I went back to family court to petition, only to find out because the case had been inactive for 3 years that they went and closed the family court case. So I had to petition and only recently got it reopened. And now I'm in the process of figuring out whether I'm going to have to go to trial or they're going to just allow me to get custody of my son since she is now incarcerated. I haven't been able to get a lawyer yet to figure out what my next steps are, but that's kind of where I'm at right now. The crazy part about this is if the roles had been reversed, the woman wouldn't have to do anything. The state would have called in what they call a emergency court hearing and called for the best interest of the child and automatically get paperwork and given custody over to the mom in this situation. But as a father, I get no help and I have to do this all on my own. If you'd like to help me with a couple of things I could ask, if you guys know a lawyer that wants to take a case on for pro bono, and also to just follow and support me on my socials. You can find all my links on Linktree/Baron B. Lee. Thank you.
So I'll be sure to have that link tree in the show notes or description box of this episode, and I really want to encourage you guys to follow along. Baron is constantly posting updates about his case and about Eric and all the things that he's advocating for, and I know that having support from you guys would just mean the world to him. And also, like you heard, if you are a lawyer or know a lawyer that can potentially help him with his custody case, that would be truly incredible if we can help him get legal custody of his son back. I'm sure you all agree, but after everything this man has been through, to still not have this part of things resolved is just incredibly unfair. He has shown that he can care for his son, that he's the best person to do it, and that he's always willing to put Eric's best interest first. So to not have legal custody at this point is just maddening. And again, it's a huge reason why he's advocating for the equal treatment of men and boys. And I want to remind you one more time of Baron's motto, which is something I think we can all live by in a way. Life may knock me down, but it can't keep me down. And there's just something so powerful about those words. Baron has been given more than enough reasons to want to give up, but his resilience has always been 10 times stronger. And while a lot of that has come from his own personal strength, I feel it would be wrong to not also give some credit to Dee Dee. She is such a strong and incredible woman, and the way that she took care of Baron and the kids during his 15 months of rehabilitation, that deserves to be celebrated. Baron says that the transition after getting out of the hospital was likely harder on her than it was on him, but she did it without hesitation. And I've heard her say in interviews that she was happy to do it, that she enjoys taking care of her family. And as we come to the end of this episode, I wanted Baron to once more give you some final words today, sort of his final message from all of this. So here he is one last time.
The hardest part for me with all of this was what happened to my son. What most people don't know that is when someone goes through a brain injury, there is a chance that the undamaged portion of the brain is able to learn or relearn skills and tasks. And when Eric was taken from me, he was 15 months old, and he wasn't returned to me until 10 days prior to his 5th birthday. During that time was the most crucial time for any child's early development. But with the brain injury, it was even significantly more important that he got the support, therapy, and whatnot in order to progress his situation. However, in his mother's care, he was treated like an invalid. She kept him home. There was a home nurse that came in and stuff. So it was a completely different way than I would have raised him, where I used to take him out into the public. We'd go hiking. We'd go experience the world together. And that was stolen from him and stolen from me. And I'll never be able to get that back. The other thing that I would like to point out is that while I was going through all of this, I did this pretty much alone until I met Dee Dee. It was hard for good people to understand the evil that is out there. So a lot of times what they heard from me, they thought it was exaggeration and embellishments, and not understanding that I was married to a woman that was capable of doing such evil. So I encourage those that have someone out there that they know that is a father that is going through something similar. And when you listen to them, don't roll your eyes. Don't write them off. Maybe take your time and hear them out and at least support them, because that person more than likely is struggling and doing it all on their own. I want to thank everybody that's followed me over the years and has supported me. And for any of you that are watching and hearing about my story for the first time, if you ever want to reach out and talk to me, I'm always available. I'd love to have a conversation. I also want everyone to understand that adversities are something that we all go through, but it never lasts. That's why my motto is, life may knock me down, but it can't keep me down. I hope my story can inspire anyone going through a rough time to persevere and get through it and come out even better than before. As for Kendall Ray and her team, I want to thank you wholeheartedly for giving me the opportunity to share my story and give a little bit more background on the things that I had to go through and some of the challenges I'm still facing. Appreciate you very much. And thank you, everybody.
And Baron, once again, I know I've said this so many times, but thank you so much for not only coming on my show, but trusting me with your story and teaching me so much about the system that I didn't know. And you have just inspired me to be the best person I can be, to have strength in moments that I feel are difficult, that are nowhere near what you've been through. But then also, as I've told you before, you've truly inspired me as a parent. I mean, just seeing your love for your son is, oh my God, it's so beautiful. I'm going to get emotional, but you just rock. I absolutely adore you. And I'm really, really grateful that you took the time to come on my show and share your story and your message. But that is going to be it for me today, guys. I'm very curious to hear all of your thoughts on this case. I'm sure you have a lot, so let me know. I will be back next week to discuss yet another case, but until then, stay safe out there. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another episode of True Crime with Kendall Ray. Thank you so much for joining me, as always. And if you're new to the show, then welcome. I'm so happy to have you here, and make sure to click subscribe so that you never miss an upload from me. So guys, today we're going to be getting into a case that, I won't lie, I just want to say right off the bat, is extremely disturbing and infuriating, as so many of these cases are. But it's definitely one that needs coverage, and it might be one that you're familiar with if you follow true crime news and kind of, the latest in high-profile cases. Today, we're going to be discussing the case of Mamta Kafle Bhatt, a young mother and nurse who disappeared just last summer. And again, just to warn you, the details in this case are highly disturbing, and what Mamta likely went through in her final moments of life, it's hard to even comprehend. I have a ton of information to go over today. This is definitely going to be a longer episode, and before I get into it, I did just want to quickly mention how beautiful it has been to see the community behind Mamta and her friends and family who have been rallying for justice. Now, she hasn't quite gotten justice, but I am very confident that that is right around the corner. However, I do have to say, as in cases like this that are ongoing, everyone that I speak about today is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. And with that, since, as I said, we do have a bunch to go over, let's just go ahead and jump in. So I want to tell you about Mamta and who she was before her life was stolen from her. The incredibly kind, smart, and beautiful Mamta Kafle was born and raised in Nepal to her parents Geeta and Kamal, and she had one brother named Mahesh. Growing up in Nepal, Mamta has been described as an incredibly bright student, and she was someone who did everything to the best of her ability, truly dedicated to everything that she did. So when it came to her education, she went to Bangalore, India in search of better opportunities. And it was there that Mamta became a nurse. And let me tell you, this was the perfect occupation for her because on top of being incredibly smart, she was also very nurturing, empathetic, and kind, which all were qualities that made her perfect for that career. And she didn't just study to become a nurse once. She did it twice, first in India and then again in the United States when she moved here. Mamta came to the U.S. in July of 2021 after getting married to Naresh Bhatt in December of 2020. Now, some sources say that this was an arranged marriage. Others say it wasn't, so I'm not totally sure how this came to be, but the bottom line is the two of them got married and Mamta moved out to the States for him. Now, let me tell you a little bit about Naresh. He's also from Nepal, but he was living as a U.S. citizen in Virginia, where he served in the Army as an automated logistics specialist. And at one point, he also tried to become a police recruit, but that lasted a whopping 22 days because they said he didn't meet the qualifications. And I guess because of his service, Mamta didn't move in with him right away when she first came to the U.S., and instead she was living with a roommate, a girl named Nadia. And the reason I bring up Nadia is because she was actually one of the first people to witness Naresh's treatment of Mamta. Apparently, even though he wasn't living with them, he wouldn't let Mamta have her own cell phone or leave the house for longer than 5 minutes. Naresh is just very, very controlling. That will become more and more clear as this episode goes on. But for example, there was one time where Nadia and Mamta were driving to this spice store, and Naresh called Nadia, actually freaking out, saying his wife wasn't allowed to go, and so the two of them had to quickly turn around and go back. And for reasons that we're not totally sure, and it's a difficult thing, and many people do this, and it's more complicated than people understand in violent relationships like this. Abusive relationships like this, Mamta kind of always made excuses for why he treated her this way. And I know to a lot of people that doesn't make sense. And people are like, why would you stay? And there's so many different reasons why someone feels like they can't get out of an abusive relationship or why they need to make excuses for their partner. And I mean, it can go on and on and on, but I just don't feel like there's any place for judgment for Mamta kind of making these excuses for him. And because she didn't talk about his treatment with others, people actually didn't really know anything was wrong, including her own family. Her mom, who she actually talked to via Facebook calls twice a day, every day, has said that their family was under the impression that things were more or less fine. I mean, they knew that she and Naresh had, their arguments, as most couples do, disagreements here and there, but nothing more than that. And honestly, their life looked pretty good from the outside. They were living in this beautiful home on a cul-de-sac in Manassas Park, Virginia, and unless you were inside those walls, you probably would have just thought everything was okay between them. Mamta was working her way through getting her nursing license again, and eventually she became a pediatric nurse at the UVA Health Prince William Medical Center. And Mamta was someone who worked incredibly hard, was very dedicated to her career, and was well liked by all of her peers. She was known for her bedside manner and ability to really connect with patients, make them feel heard and safe. And she was the type of person to bring food for her other coworkers, even when she was busy herself. Even at 8 months pregnant, she was still running up and down the halls of the hospital despite everyone telling her that she needed to take it easy. And Mamta gave birth to her first baby girl in August of 2023, which was by far one of the happiest days of her life. Having a daughter and becoming a mom was one of the greatest achievements of her life, and the joy that this baby brought her was just immeasurable. And she was the type of mom who documented everything on social media, and not just for her own enjoyment, but also because her family was still in Nepal. So things like Facebook and TikTok were an easy and fun way to keep people in the loop with how things were going. Now, her mom had actually planned to fly to the US after she had given birth to her daughter, just to help with the newborn life, as, many people's parents come into town and help them if they don't already live there. But for some reason, Naresh's mom came out instead. And I don't know what the reasoning was behind that, but I bring it up because Naresh's mom did not treat Mamta well at all. It's been said that his family follows much more traditional religious beliefs, and because of that, they were a lot stricter than her family, which is fine. I understand cultural differences between families, but being strict is much different than being straight up cruel. For example, there's this ancient tradition in Nepal called Chowpatty, which is a form of menstrual taboo where women and girls are deemed impure during menstruation, and therefore they can't participate in typical family activities. This is a simplified explanation, and I'm certainly not an expert on this topic, but basically people who practice this tradition will banish a woman during her period to avoid bad luck and bad health. And when Naresh's mom was visiting, she would force Mamta to sleep in a different part of the house when she was on her period and was straight up mean to her under the guise of tradition. It's also been said that she wouldn't feed or help take care of Mamta after she had just given birth to her grandchild. And this is just horrible, but it's also been reported that she allegedly took part in beating Mamta, like physically beating her, which also is now something that we know Naresh had also been doing. And the true depths of what she had been through has only recently come to light, including this piece of information. In February of 2024, officers with the Manassas Police Department showed up at the Bott residence after responding to a disorderly conduct call. When they got there, Mamta explained that Naresh was refusing to hand over her personal documents and that he had destroyed her phone. And I guess he must have let her have a phone at some point again, because we do know that she did get one eventually. But the part about him withholding her personal documents is especially concerning because she was in the process of trying to become a U.S. citizen. And to me, and I'm sure to most of you, him keeping those documents from her is a very manipulative form of abuse. And she didn't end up pressing charges against him, but she did do something. Instead, she packed up her things, she grabbed her daughter, and she went to a close friend's house where she stayed for about a week. The issue, though, is that she had no car, no money, no phone, nothing that would allow her any kind of independence from Naresh. So this friend, who was an angel, took Mamta and even put her on her family's phone plan. And Mamta's main form of transportation had always been Uber, so this friend also made sure that she was set up on the app so that she didn't lose her job and could get to work. And she really needed this job because Naresh controlled her finances, making it incredibly difficult to be out on her own. And this is something that we see in abusive relationships all the time. And she really was trying her best to stay away. After spending 1 week with that friend, she ended up spending another 8 to 9 days in an apartment with another Nepali family. And this is when she first started to open up about the abuse. She even ended up joining this Facebook group that month that was dedicated to separated, divorced, and also single moms in the area. And she tried to seek out help. And one post she made reads, "Hi, I have 6-month-old baby and I'm in process of separation. I work 2 days a week and my husband is not helping to take care of baby. He is saying that if I leave baby with him, he will send child to custody. Is it possible? I need a help for a child care. I need help from social worker and need some advice." And once, when responding to a comment, she said, "How to file that? We were living together and I don't have money now too. He withdrew all money from joint account." However, despite saying that her and Naresh were in the process of separating, they did end up staying together. She ultimately told friends that the two of them were going to go to counseling and just try to work through it. But it is strongly believed that the abuse did not stop, which sadly brings me to August of 2024 and the reason that I am talking about Mamta today. On Wednesday, August 2nd, 2024, 2 officers with the Manassas Park Police Department were called to the Bott residence after Mamta failed to show up for work that day and the day before. And it's interesting, she'd only been at this job for a few weeks, but in that time, she really made a big impression on people. So much so that in this quick time of getting to know her, they knew that it was so unlike her for her just to not show up to work. And that's why they immediately wanted to get the police involved. Take a listen.
Hello, sir. How are you? I'm Officer of Team Manassas Park Police. We're looking for Miss Mamta Kafle.
Yeah, she like on Tuesday, Wednesday, she left and then she says she's gonna go either New York or Texas, and then she left. She had the phone and then she destroyed that phone and then she left.
So she destroyed the phone and she left. She said she was going to New York.
Yeah, her sister, like one of her sister.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any other contact information?
Yeah, I like she has a different 3 phones. I do have like 2 phone numbers. One phone number somebody other receiving, one another contact number for the New York. I do have.
Okay, can you show me that? Please? Can you
Can we
hand
get
that
those
info?
numbers? Can we get those phone numbers from you?
Yeah, we just want to see if she's okay because we have an employer calling to check.
Hi.
Did she say why she left?
Yeah, because like we are about to separate, and then the home inspection come here to. I'm about to sell the home, so like she wanna say like, okay, I wanna go with my sisters, and then she used to work Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
Okay.
And then sometimes I don't know where you can come inside or I can come outside.
It's up to you, sir.
Up to you, sir. Yeah.
And like she used to live in a false church. I don't know the exact address. I know the building because I see noticed there because I saw her email, and then one place over there, and then I don't know somewhere in Manassas because on the 8th I think like on the 8th she started a job.
Last month?
No. Yeah, last month. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the 8th, so I'm not working since that. She say like she gonna be stay there, and then once she gonna be everything settled down, she will take the baby. She not gonna leave the baby with me. That's what she said. I know the building in Falls Church where she was. Still, she's living over there or Texas because I already conversation with her sister. She just did not reply me, and then she was asking me, and then her mom. And then her mom is also asking for me. I don't know where is she.
Okay. So if you could give us the phone numbers, please. We want to see if we can make contact with her.
This is not the first time. Multiple times she go and then come back in few days.
Okay.
I don't have the phone number for her sister. Usually I have a Facebook, but I don't have her phone number.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay. So, that's what, I replied 2 for 23. Usually she works Thursday to Saturday. She works there. And then, it's not like first time she disappear and then come back. I live with my parents over there. She say okay, I'm not going to live with your parents. My parents left back home. And then, still a lot of she going. She got the green card already. And then she was about to, yeah.
Okay. When she left, was she, did she say anything about hurting herself or anything concerning?
No, because, if it's the first time, then, I can say, oh, okay, where are you going, this and that. This is multiple times. I don't know, who called you, but, sometimes she came back.
All right, so that was a pretty long clip. I actually only played you 3 minutes of the entire body cam footage, which is actually 14 minutes long. And I'll play a few more bits and pieces here and there throughout this episode, but the chunk that I just played summarizes it well. It was a whole lot of word vomiting and bullshit. And I mean, you heard it for yourself. The second the officer says Mamta's name, he jumps into this whole story. And just to reiterate, the story is that the previous Wednesday, July 31st, Mamta destroyed her phone. And then she either went to Texas or New York to be with her sister, specifically because they were in the process of separating and he was selling the house. And another thing that he repeats, actually, is the idea that Mamta had done this before, that she had disappeared. But then you also hear him say that she always comes back. Later on, he goes into detail about how she would leave, and then he would essentially track her location via email.
At that time, she had a laptop over here. In my laptop, her email was on. And then I see Uber was there. She did the Uber, and then I went to the nearby the building, and then I saw her, at the building because I wait for her work time. I see her there, and then same thing happens again another time right here in the Bright Street Drive. She said at that time we had a conversation. She said I'm in a Fairfax. But I just guessed maybe she is there, and then I just wait for a few hours over there. At that time, my parents was here, so I can go there. And then I see she's just stepping out from one of my friends, both of us friends, and then she just step out, and then I went inside. Why are you lying? If you wanna go, just go. If you don't wanna go, but I don't want to stay with you. That's what I say.
And I'm sure you guys feel the same, but this is clearly a tactic to try and diminish the severity of the situation. Kind of playing the whole, she's left and come back. This is what she always does. So who's to say she's not going to come back this time? That whole thing. Diffuse the a sense of emergency. But I gotta say, I'm glad this dude just word vomited like that because he says a lot of things that he would later contradict. But unfortunately, in that moment, the officers seem to believe him. And at one point, Naresh even goes inside, and you can even hear them talking pretty casually about the situation.
So we don't have contact. I mean, what I'm thinking is if maybe get his info and could tell us to give us a call if she comes back.
Get his info. Sounds like they're going through a divorce, so she decided to go to New York with her sister. If she just comes back, he can give you a call. And just, I think it was her job who called, just called him, let them know that, hey, spoke to the husband. It appears they're going through a divorce, and she left and went to New York.
And this whole video is honestly pretty disappointing in terms of these two officers. I mean, you guys literally watched. Naresh offered to let them inside the house and they didn't take him up on it. And as you're going to hear later, going into the house and taking a look around could have significantly changed the direction of this case, or at least sped things up.
See, I don't know where you can come inside or I can come outside.
It's up to you, sir.
Up to you, sir. Yeah.
And in the end, they basically came to the conclusion that they would swap information with Naresh and he could reach out if she didn't come home.
Okay, well, if she does end up missing, just call us back. Again, it'll be a good idea to contact people that you know that knows her. You have my number? Just you can shoot me a text if you want. Just give me let me know if she comes back.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
All right.
Until Sunday, I don't think so. So, hopefully she will be back by Sunday. If not...
You're talking about this after tomorrow? Is that what you mean? Okay.
Yeah, this Sunday, because, she worked like, maybe it's Saturday night. Because she worked like, because she's not at work now.
Right.
Because before this 8th, she used to work in another hospital.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe she applied somewhere else and then trying to do that one as well. I need to figure that out,
Right.
Because she used to work at the Innova hospital and then she switched over there. And if she want to try to move somewhere, if she applied somewhere, I don't know how to figure that out.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll give the employer a call and just read
either New York,
the
either
info,
Texas.
okay? What? Well, you said Texas?
Either New York, either Texas.
Oh, either New York or Texas. All right, sir. Thank you so much. Okay. All right.
And after this, it took Naresh an additional 2 days to report her missing. And even then, the only reason he did it at all was because Mamta's family, specifically her brother, begged him to. They knew in their gut that something was wrong because she'd stopped answering all of her mom's calls. And remember, they talked twice a day most of the time. So on the night of Sunday, August 4th, after her family pleaded with Naresh, he texted the officer letting him know that she hadn't come back. And it took another day, but on August 5th, the missing person report for the 28-year-old mother was officially filed. And only 3 days after that, they ended up upgrading her missing person status. Before, it was just missing person, but now it was involuntary/critical missing person. And they did this because after reaching out to her family and friends, they learned that nobody had heard from her and that her social media just went dark, which just at the end of the day didn't match her typical behavior, which led them to believe that someone may have done something to her. And once word started to spread about her disappearance, the Manassas Park community came together quickly. And their efforts, like I said, they're really beautiful to see given the horrible circumstances. In those early days, weeks, and now months, dozens of supporters have come together to drive attention to her disappearance, including, but not limited to, the Nepali American community. People showed up to rallies left and right, and they made damn sure that Mamta had a voice, especially because her family couldn't be there quite yet to do it themselves. They were still in Nepal, desperately trying to get answers from Naresh, who refused to tell them anything. And another huge red flag, he wasn't showing up for any of these rallies or search efforts. And he was super, super weird when it came to speaking with the media. For instance, on August 12th, a reporter tried to talk to him about his wife's disappearance, and Naresh said that he had to ask for authorization to speak to them. I'm about to play the clip so you can see it for yourself, but just for some context, Naresh worked in IT for the government and supposedly had some sort of special security clearance. TBD on if that's actually true, though.
Do you mind sharing with us just some words about helping you out to find her, share flyers, anything like that?
What do you mean?
Just like obviously your wife is missing, and I'm sure you're worried about it. And you to kind of get the community to, if they see her, to give a call, anything like that. Would you be ready to share some words with us?
Yeah, either call to the police or any of our family or friend.
Yeah.
Anyone.
Could you tell me that maybe just on a mic, just to say reach out, please help us out. I'm sure you're probably really concerned after all these days. It's been 13 days, and I know you have a little baby daughter.
Yeah. So should I I don't know, should I authorize to come on the media or not? I need to ask something and then I can come back on the media.
Oh, so you don't want to do it now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I did not ask them.
Oh,
so I need to ask them. So I'm not authorized or I'm authorized.
I mean, I think it's up to you whether you want to get the word out.
Plus, I'm gonna ask.
You want to ask police?
Yeah.
Okay.
After watching that, I'm sure we can all agree. Naresh seems incredibly sketchy, incredibly dodgy. I mean, why can't you just say, I love you, please come back, I miss you, I'm worried about you, anything that a normal, husband of a wife who is currently missing would say, but he can't say anything like that. He has to be just as weird as possible. And his interviews with the media never improved after this. The most notable interaction that he had with a reporter was on August 14th. And listen closely to what he says about her leaving.
About your wife, what has been going on the last couple days, weeks?
Yeah, it's been very terrible time. We are just, my baby and then myself, we are just waiting minute and second, every minute and second, just waiting to get the, I don't know how to explain.
How are you doing?
I don't know. I'm frustrating, yeah.
How long have you guys been married? 3 years, you said?
Plus.
Talk to me about your relationship. What, the last couple of months, how have you guys been?
Yeah, it's been very good, since few months, before that, one time we have some arguments because, yeah.
Do you want to grab her?
Yeah, can you hold it?
Yeah, of course. Hi.
So I don't want to put her on the camera.
Line of events. Obviously, there's been a little bit of discrepancy in the day you last saw her. Talk to me about the last time you saw her.
In the evening of the Wednesday, we were here and then we ate together. Yes.
What did she say? What was she like? Did she...
We don't have any type of that. It was normal day, other regular days. Just, we were taking care of our babies. It was very normal.
Did she say anything about leaving?
No.
So how did you realize that she was missing?
She wasn't fair at her work, and then she is very focused on her work, and then once we know she's not at work, then that makes very serious to me, and that's how I don't know what I supposed to say.
When was the last time you saw her?
A Wednesday in the evening.
Okay, and then what happened after that? Did she leave? Did you leave?
No, just she was working on the kitchen, after eating dishes and then stuff like that. I just went upstairs with my baby.
Okay, and you went to sleep or?
Yes.
Okay, and then what happened next? When was she supposed to go to work that night?
Yeah, we work early in the morning. Yeah, about 5:30, around 6, we supposed to leave from the home.
But she left the night before.
No, Thursday supposed to she at work. On Thursday she's supposed to at work.
So Wednesday night though, what happened there? You went to sleep. Where was she?
Oh, so she was working in the kitchen, and then right there, usually if I have to work, I go there, and then sometimes in the morning we do not disturb because of the baby, who is not working, we do not disturb to another person. So keep taking care of the baby, and then slightly left the home and then go for work. That's what the regular schedule is.
So she never came to sleep though.
Yes, he came. I heard noise, something like that. She came. She was here doing dishes and then stuff like that. I heard that. Some type of noise, but you don't pay much attention like that because that is the regular schedule.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you didn't normally sleep together at night.
Oh, we do sometimes, if we have work, sometimes, if we feel more relaxed, we go there is 2 separate areas.
Gotcha, okay.
And then sometimes, like one sleep on the floor, and then sometimes, another person sleep on the bed. Usually, we do not want to disturb our baby. That's why, like we try to, minimize our noise, stuff like that.
I don't know if you caught that, but that's clearly not the same story that he told the officers in the body cam footage. In that body cam footage, Naresh said that he knew that Mamta was leaving. He did the whole, Texas, New York story. But now he's saying that they ate dinner together on the night of the 31st and that everything was fine and she just failed to show up for work the next day. Nothing about her smashing, destroying her own phone, and then going to visit her sister. Like, what happened to all of that, bro? Plus, I'm sure you also noticed this, but in that interview, he said that their relationship was good. And before, he was saying that they were in the process of getting separated. And I think what pissed me off the most about that interview is the fact that he had the audacity to say that he is suffering the most.
You mentioned to me on the phone that you're the one suffering tonight. You mentioned...
Every night. Yeah, I'm the sufferer one. I'm the sufferer. My baby and then myself, we are suffering the most.
What do you say to her if she's watching this right now?
If she is watching, come back, whatever is the issue, we can fix it. Please.
Did you guys have any sort of fight before?
No.
I just find that so wildly offensive to her family and to her as well, and the community who is all spending their time trying to raise awareness, trying to search for her. And he's doing jack shit, right? He has not joined in the efforts at all. So you're suffering the most? I don't think so. There was a community event that day where he did make a brief appearance, but that was the extent of his cooperation. But with or without him, the community and investigative efforts to locate Mamta continued. And this just broke my heart, but her friends even hosted a first birthday party for her daughter, which is something that they say that she would have wanted. And it just makes me so sad to think that she didn't get to be there for her daughter's first birthday. That is such a massive milestone for not only your child, but for you as a parent. And her missing her child's birthday is just, it was proof to her loved ones that, she did not choose to go missing. That is all they needed to know when she wasn't there. At the end of the day, it's just something that she never would have done. And by this point, a lot of people were getting pretty skeptical about Naresh. Just the way that he was acting and the way that he was treating her friends who just wanted to help was not giving grieving husband. It was giving leave me alone so that I can get away with this. But little did any of them know things were about to take a sharp turn in this case. On Wednesday, August 21st, investigators showed up at the Bott residence to execute a search warrant. And upon entry, detectives could immediately tell that Naresh had been packing up to leave based on the fact that they found packed suitcases, clothing missing from hangers, as well as his passport and his daughter's passport out in plain view. They also found a ton of other things, which we will be talking about and will be the main focus in the second half of this episode. But later that night, a press conference was held to update the public on the events of that day, and the Manassas Park Police Chief, Mario Lugo, basically said a whole bunch of nothing. And obviously, he can't say that much. It is an active investigation, but normally they'll give a little bit more in a press conference or at least spend a little bit more time speaking, because the media was definitely like, okay, that's it. Because he only talked for 1 minute and he didn't provide really any useful information, but he did drop one major bomb about her husband.
Look, the search warrant's going to take another 3 to 4 hours to complete. When I get the information, I will provide that.
Do you have a person of interest, Chief?
He is a person of interest.
The husband?
Yes.
The husband's person of interest.
He's been a point of interest, and everybody knows that.
And if people didn't know at that point that he was a person of interest, they certainly did by the next day. On August 22nd, 37-year-old Naresh Bott was arrested and charged with concealment of a dead body in the disappearance of his wife. And later that afternoon, Mamta's supporters were updated during a press-free meeting that was held by Chief Lugo and the mayor. They weren't able to share exactly what evidence was found, but they did share that they no longer believed Mamta was alive, which was obviously devastating news, heartbreaking beyond words, and something that none of them wanted to hear. Now, as for her immediate family, they were still in Nepal, but efforts were being made to grant them emergency visas so that they could come to the United States as soon as possible. Mamta's daughter had been taken into the custody of social services, and the hope was to get her family to the U.S. as soon as possible so that they could be the ones to look after her. Her friends also offered to take custody of her in the meantime because they already knew and loved her. And honestly, the whole community was willing to show their support, and that was very apparent. And on the same night that the charges were announced, a vigil was held outside of Mamta's house, and a collective vow was made to continue to bring awareness to her case. Getting justice has been their mission from day one. And like I said, I do believe, despite some bumps in the road, that justice is coming. So next, on Friday, August 23rd, Naresh appeared in court, where he was arraigned on the single felony charge of concealment of a dead body. However, prosecutors also accused him of murdering his wife. They didn't actually charge him with murder, but they did say that they believed she was dead and that he was responsible. And to explain why they think that, I need to walk you through the big picture things that came to light during this hearing. And for starters, the prosecution revealed that the timeline was not what they originally thought it was. Like we've already been over, Naresh had been saying that the last time he saw Mamta was on the night of July 31st. Apparently, though, in one of his many interviews with police, he said that he last saw her on the morning of August 1st after she left for work, which is similar to what he told that reporter. But they don't believe that she was alive on either of those dates. It's actually believed that the real time frame when Mamta lost her life was sometime between July 29th and July 30th. And they didn't reveal everything about how they knew that, but they did talk about some of it. So let's go through the timeline that was known up until this point in time. We do know that on Saturday, July 27th, 2024, Mamta went to work. We also know that on July 28th, she posted for the last time on her TikTok and that she attempted to call one of her friends. On July 29th, though, things start to get shaky. Investigators confirm that Mamta spoke to her mom that day, but after a certain point, all incoming calls went straight to voicemail. However, they said that her phone was still pinging until August 1st, which, keep in mind, was after Naresh originally said she had destroyed it. And I know this is getting confusing and complicated. Hopefully, I can make sense of this to some degree for you guys. It's a very confusing case because of, so many conflicting statements, so many different dates and changes throughout the case. But I'm doing my best to explain this as best as I can. And that last ping from her phone was near a body of water in Loudoun County. And guess who admitted to being at a cafe in Loudoun County around the same time when her phone last pinged there? Naresh, of course. And if that doesn't make your skin crawl, this will. Prosecutors revealed that on July 30th, he was seen on CCTV at a Walmart buying a 3-pack of knives, 2 of which, may I add, they have not been able to find. And believe it or not, that is not the only Walmart that he went to. Additional CCTV footage from the 31st shows that he went to a different Walmart in Chantilly where he could be seen buying cleaning supplies. And they believe that those supplies were used to clean up a significant amount of blood. According to prosecutors, Blue Star technology, which is just a more advanced luminol test, was used in their home. And the master bedroom and bathroom revealed what they described as pools of blood and blood spatter. And they also shared that their bed had been moved to block their walk-in closet. And when they moved the bed, they saw pink stains on the carpet. And with that technology, it showed that there were drag marks from that carpet into the bathroom where there was also a lot of blood. I mean, for starters, the shower and the bathtub just completely lit up when they did the testing. And then, after removing the tub from the ground when they were, seizing it for evidence, they could see blood caked into the caulking. And all of that was just the blood-related evidence that they talked about, but there were also a few non-blood-related findings as well, including the fact that Naresh had sold his Tesla. He sold it to CarMax on August 19th, which, may I remind you, was 2 days before the search warrant was executed. And I'm sure we are all well aware that Teslas are basically just giant computers with loads and loads of data, which they didn't quite have yet, but they were definitely working on it. And in that same vein, we also learned that Naresh was attempting to sell his home. And I know that was mentioned in the body cam footage I played earlier, but at this point, the public didn't have access to that. So this was technically new information. Now, I think there are 3 ways that you could look at this. 1, that he was selling these things to get rid of evidence. 2, that he was selling these things to make quick cash so that he could flee. Or 3, a combination of 1 and 2. And I would argue for number 3, I think it was a combination of both, but of course that is alleged and I don't know that for sure. But as for the defense, they argued just about the opposite of everything that I just explained. Naresh had a public defender because he said he couldn't afford his own attorney. And the core of his argument was that the prosecutors didn't have enough evidence to qualify the charges. He said the amount of blood in the home was equivalent to that of a nosebleed. And without a body, they couldn't prove that he concealed anything. And after the hearing, Mamta's supporters gathered outside the courtroom in just disbelief over what they had heard. Holly Worth, who is a former colleague of Mamta and someone who has been an incredible spokesperson and advocate for her in this case, shared that although it was horrible to hear those details, they felt it was likely that higher charges would be brought, which of course was ultimately their goal.
And I think we're all in a state of shock. Again, the details that came out were way more horrifying than I would have expected. It sounds whatever happened in that house reached a high level of brutality. And that makes me sad to think that my Mamta suffered greatly in her what appears to be her last moments. A lot of us were at the briefing with Chief Lugo yesterday, and I can tell you those types of details, rightly so, were not shared. So I don't think we understood the depth of evidence that was retrieved out of that residence. But with that being said, I think there's a sense of confidence that we know that there is one charge that is grounded in evidence, and likely higher charges will come as a result of that investigation.
Mm-hmm. So then the following day, her supporters gathered once again for an evening of prayer and reflection, something that happened often and really, showed the strength of their community. Their fight for justice has been unwavering, and law enforcement has actually thanked them for keeping the pressure on. Now, this event actually took place at Signal Hill Park, which was very close to Mamta's heart. It was just down the road from her house, and it's where she often went with her daughter. So having this here was not only a way to honor Mamta, but also a way for them to feel close to her. Now, jumping forward a few days, Naresh's bond hearing ended up happening pretty soon after his arraignment. On Monday the 26th, he was back in court, and we learned a lot from this hearing as well, so buckle up because there's quite a bit to go over here. For starters, because this was a bond hearing, the prosecution and defense took turns arguing why Naresh should or shouldn't be granted bail. The prosecution was quick to say that Naresh was a flight risk and danger to society, pointing out all of the strange things he did after she went missing. And as for the defense, once again, they argued the opposite, of course. Naresh's attorney defended his actions after Mamta went missing, such as the fact that he sold his Tesla and tried to sell his house. The prosecution made it sound like he was, doing what we talked about earlier, trying to either hide evidence or to get money to flee. But the defense, of course, said, no, you've got it all wrong. He did it because he's poor and he needed this money to take care of his daughter. And then another thing that the defense pointed out is that it wouldn't make sense for Naresh to flee to Nepal because of extradition treaties. He would have just been sent right back to the US. But ultimately, and thankfully, the judge did side with the prosecution and didn't grant him bail. However, there are quite a few other things that did come out during this hearing as well, and I don't want to skip over them, so stick with me, let's go through that. One of the biggest things that the defense took issue with was the fact that prosecutors hadn't turned over all their evidence, specifically the body cam footage from the welfare check, the clips that I've played earlier in the episode. Now, I'll explain more later on about why they wanted this so bad, but yeah, basically the defense was upset they didn't have that yet. And then they were also upset about the blood evidence that the prosecution was claiming investigators found inside the house. If you remember, the prosecutors were saying that a very large amount of blood was found in the room, yet the defense was arguing that it was only about the amount of a nosebleed, which is obviously a major discrepancy. And so basically, the defense was arguing that the prosecutors only shared 3 images with them from inside the room. And in those images, you could only see small droplets of blood. Hence their argument that it was equivalent to that of a nosebleed. However, the prosecution explained that those images didn't reflect all the blood they found. That was just the blood you could see with the naked eye. The pooling of blood and the drag marks were only visible through that Blue Star technology, which I also need to mention. It can't tell you who the blood belongs to, obviously, just that the blood is there. And during this hearing, we learned for the first time that it did, in fact, test presumptive positive for blood, which obviously was a big win for the prosecution because now the defense's argument of there wasn't that much blood just went out the window. And it wasn't just that pink stain on the carpet that they tested. They also tested the bathtub, shower, and even a window blind that was stuffed in the closet, which also came back presumptive positive. But even if this was all blood, the defense kept saying that without a body, they don't have enough probable cause to justify the charge of concealing a dead body. He even said that the only reason an arrest was made in the first place was because the chief felt pressure from the, quote, media frenzy. And all of that was just a summary of the defense's arguments. So now we got to go over what the prosecution had to say, and here's what we learned. It turns out that on August 6th, Naresh had one of his many interviews with the police, and apparently he told them that Mamta's documents were missing, including her green card. But according to prosecutors, her green card had been missing since June. So if this had been some kind of attempt on his part to prove that she left on her own, it didn't really hold up. And Naresh also told police during one of his interviews that he was working on sending his daughter back to Nepal, which is odd considering that he said he needed to sell his car and home to be able to afford to take care of her. And then another big revelation from this hearing was that Naresh told a big fat lie in his original story. Remember how he said that Mamta went to either Texas or New York to be with her sister? Well, turns out she doesn't have any family in the United States, so there is no sister. And we also learned more about Mamta's phone record, which just continues to disprove what Naresh had said. It turns out that her phone placed a call to Naresh's phone on August 3rd. And if you're confused, you're not alone. In the Friday hearing, we learned that it last pinged on August 1st. And now we're hearing a call was placed on August 3rd. Super, super confusing. And I don't know too much about this, but I will say that both data points go against what Naresh said about Mamta destroying her phone on the 31st, either way. So as for his phone records, we learned that his phone was turned off for 2 hours on August 1st during the time he said that he was at that cafe. And what's interesting is he was able to provide a receipt to prove that he was there, like some sort of alibi, I guess, and it didn't end up helping his case, but I'll explain that more later on. And guys, I know this case is so confusing and I'm throwing a whole lot of information with you, but we do have two big things to go over, so stick with me. Remember those cleaning supplies that I told you he got from Walmart? Well, we learned in this hearing that when investigators searched the home, the bottles were nearly empty, which made sense considering the carpet looked like someone had tried to scrub it clean. We also learned that Naresh bought some of those, little tree-shaped car air freshener things, and I'd be curious to know what smell he was trying to get rid of, although I'm pretty sure I know what it was. And lastly, there was one final big piece of information shared, and I don't think anyone saw this coming. It turns out that the U.S. Secret Service had been monitoring Naresh's government-issued work laptop, and just listen to what he was Googling back in April. How long does it take to get married after spouse dies? And what happened to died spouse? And those searches were done 3 months before Mamta went missing. And I'm sorry, you just cannot tell me that that's not premeditation. And like we know, luckily, the judge sided with the prosecution and denied his bond. Now, by this point, Mamta's family still wasn't in the U.S., but the emergency visas had been granted, so they were working on getting to Virginia as quickly as possible. And they were and are suspicious of foul play. It's really the only reasonable explanation in their minds, and I'm sure in all of our minds, right? So getting justice is a must.
My daughter was a very hardworking, very sincere person, very honest person.
Geeta Kafle fought back tears as she spoke about her daughter, Mamta Kaflebot.
So I would talk to her every day, once or twice.
Her son and Mamta's brother, Mahesh Kafle, by her side Monday night as she shared how she last spoke with her daughter on July 29th.
She would always talk to me only about good things.
We even don't imagine about the things that happen.
Her brother Mahesh and her mother in the U.S. from Nepal on an emergency visa, now caring for Mamta's 1-year-old daughter.
I'd like to say thank you to everybody. So all the people here in the U.S. has really, really helped me. This Mamta might get justice because of that. My heart is hurt because she was a person who was very hardworking, very beautiful, very honest. She aspired to be somebody great. She worked really hard for it, and she could be. I don't know what to say every time because I can never forget her, but whenever I think about it, I have my heartache.
Now, police returned to the Bott residence for another search just one day after the bond hearing, and while they did report finding evidence, it hasn't yet been shared what it was. And they were working against the clock because once someone is charged with a crime, you only have a certain amount of time before it has to go to trial. And in Virginia, it's only 5 months. And it quickly became clear that the defense's strategy was to move this along as fast as they could in hopes that new evidence wouldn't be found, because as soon as they found her body, their whole argument that Mamta ran away just goes right out the window. So they really just pushed to get things moving, including waiving Naresh's right to a preliminary hearing, which moved up the timeline pretty significantly. And if they were going to be speedy, investigators needed to match that pace. So the next day, there was another massive search effort in Signal Hill Park. It was reported that potential evidence was located, but we don't know what was found or if it ended up being important. And then they were right back in court a few days later, where Naresh's attorney filed another motion. And this one waived his right to a grand jury. And ultimately, the judge granted that. So that meant the trial was going to be happening even sooner than before. Now, by this point, Mamta's mom and brother had made it to the U.S., and through a spokesperson, they expressed their gratitude for the efforts that had been done so far. And those efforts were in full swing. On September 13th, Naresh was back in court for a hearing to discuss a Brady motion filed by the defense, which is basically a rule that says the prosecution has to turn over any evidence that's favorable to the accused. And the defense believed that the prosecution had several things that were favorable to Naresh's innocence, including footage from a surveillance video that was taken of Mamta a few days before she disappeared. So remember how I told you guys the last time that she was seen was on July 27th at work? Well, video footage from outside the hospital that night shows Mamta sitting with a friend. And then at around 8:17 p.m., she can be seen getting into a black four-door sedan. And as I've also already mentioned, Uber was her main form of transportation, but they don't believe that this car was an Uber. Mamta's Uber records show that around the time that she got into that car, she canceled the ride that she had previously requested. And the defense said that handing over this video was vital because they believed this driver was somehow connected to her disappearance. Now, I know what you're probably thinking. This footage is from the 27th, but we know that Mamta had contact with people until the 29th, right? And you're absolutely right. She did. So there's no denying that this car brought her home that night. But what's strange, though, is nobody has come forward to say that they were the one who picked her up. And so the defense argued that this person either helped Mamta escape or they were responsible for her disappearance, which is why they wanted access to that footage. They also wanted access to the cell phone and GPS data, unredacted versions of the police report, and the body cam footage from their welfare check. And I said earlier that I'd explain why they wanted that footage so badly, so let me explain. One of the biggest things the defense was trying to push back on was the idea that Naresh refused to report his wife missing, because both prosecutors and the media were making it seem that way. And while there's definitely some truth to that, I would say refusing isn't the most accurate word. The reality is those officers didn't push him to file a report in the first place. And if you remember, they told Naresh just to call them if she didn't come home by Sunday.
Okay, well, if she does end up missing, just call us back. You have my number? You can shoot me a text if you want. Just let me know if she comes back. Mm-hmm.
So, hopefully she will be back by Sunday.
And 2 days later, he did end up reaching out to the officer to let him know that she never came back, which, of course, we know her family pressured him to do that, but still, he did file a report. So, of course, the defense wanted the footage released to them because it disproved the idea that he refused to file it. His attorney also asked for the text exchange between Naresh and the officer from August 4th to be handed over because It also proved that he did try to report her missing that evening. And that was something that the judge agreed needed to be handed over. All of this was due on September 16th, which was also when the next hearing was scheduled. And this hearing was going to determine when the trial would begin, which, to a lot of people's surprise, the judge ended up siding with the defense. Despite the prosecution pushing for a start date in late January, the judge ruled that it would begin on December 9th. Before that, though, there was a second bond hearing. And from that, we ended up learning a lot. And I know we have been over so much information, so I'll try to keep it as brief as I can without leaving out any major details. Basically, the defense wanted this hearing because they didn't think the prosecution had enough evidence to keep Naresh behind bars. And they now had a very specific argument as to why. Remember when I explained that there was evidence of a body being dragged from the bedroom to the bathroom? Well, when the officer was writing up the report, she said that there was evidence that a body was dragged out of the house. So, very different, right? Here's what it says. There was evidence in the residence indicating the body was inside the residence and dragged out of the residence. But that's not technically true. The drag marks were only inside of the house. And this particular sentence was a big reason why the judge even granted an arrest warrant in the first place. So, of course, the defense said that Naresh should be released, considering the warrant was based on, quote, false statements. But the prosecution was quick to defend this officer. They explained that she had just worked 30 hours straight, so she was exhausted, which led to her poor choice of words. Obviously, it was a big mistake, but they were adamant that there was no malicious intent behind it. But to counter that, the defense brought up a statement that was made by one of the prosecutors back on August 22nd. That day, Commonwealth attorney Amy Ashworth told the news that she didn't know if Mamta was dead or alive. Now, considering they had just charged Naresh with concealing a dead body that day, this statement was contradictory. And so the defense used it to say, hey, look, you can't keep my client in jail on these charges if you don't even know that Mamta is dead. And he also tried to say that you can't accuse someone of concealing a body if you don't have a body or body parts to prove it. To which the judge was like, no, actually you can do that. So that was quickly shut down. Then his attorney tried to poke holes in the Blue Star technology and downplaying the fact that Naresh bought these knives at Walmart. And honestly, we'd be here forever if I went through it all line by line, but I think you guys get the picture. Plus, the prosecution revealed so much valuable evidence, and I think you would be much more interested in hearing about that instead. So for starters, they began playing the entire body cam footage from the welfare check to point out the parts of Naresh's story that didn't line up. And at one point, the prosecutor even said that Mamta didn't run away. She was killed by her husband and then disposed of. And they believe that based on the evidence that I'm about to share with you. And I just want to warn you, it's very, very disturbing and it's just kind of a lot. All right, so this information all came from a ton of search warrants, and the way prosecutors explained it was by going through an updated timeline of the case. And I think that would be the most effective way for me to explain it too. So let's go through the timeline once again, updated timeline. Starting with July 24th, Mamta spoke about her troubled marriage with a childhood friend. Then on the 27th, we know that she was last seen at work. Next, on the 28th, we learned that Naresh spent most of that day in Baltimore. Meanwhile, Mamta was home. At 6:05 p.m., she had sent a Facebook message to someone who she had purchased jewelry from. And then at 8:25 and 8:58 p.m., she attempted to call Naresh. And it doesn't sound like she was able to reach him, but he came back from Baltimore a couple hours later at around 12:29 a.m., which would make it the 29th. Then on that day, Naresh and Mamta were mostly home. And at 8:30 p.m., she spoke with her mom for 14 minutes via a Facebook video call. Gita says that her daughter had a gloomy face, which she had never seen before. And after this, Mamta is never heard from again. And this is where things get really bad, okay? In the early morning hours of July 30th, Naresh made 2 Google searches, one at 4:13 a.m. and then one again at 4:30 a.m. And those searches read, diagram of a brain and chicken farm near me. Then at 5:30 a.m., he sends a text to their babysitter asking to drop their daughter off sometime after 8:30. However, he ends up taking her there at 6:30 a.m. instead. Then at 6:44, Naresh is captured on surveillance video disposing of trash bags in a dumpster near the babysitter's apartment complex. Then he returns home. But by 8:12 a.m., he's at a Home Depot where he can be seen buying 2 pairs of rubber gloves. And at 8:41, he's captured at Walmart buying those knives that I told you about. Then there's a bit of a lull, but it picks back up again at 3:45 p.m. That's when he goes back to get his daughter. But what's interesting is he parks by that same dumpster again. And to be clear, this dumpster isn't anywhere near the babysitter's actual unit, so parking there just made no sense. Then he picks up his daughter, and lastly, at 5:22 p.m., he goes to another store where he purchases a 40-pack of extra-strength black trash bags. And that's just the information we learned about the 30th, but we also learned a lot about the 31st. Starting at 1:30 a.m., a surveillance video captured Naresh in the town of Falls Church, wearing white gloves and pulling trash bags out of the back of his Tesla. And then he's seen throwing those trash bags into a trash compactor. And it's mentioned that one of those bags looked heavy. Now, he does have an apartment that he rents out in this area, but those tenants later told police that they didn't see him that night. Which, of course, makes you wonder, what the fuck was he doing there, and why did he leave his phone back at home? That's right. Prosecutors said that his phone wasn't with him, which they believe he did to try and conceal his location. Then, later that morning, at 8 a.m., Naresh dropped his daughter back off at the babysitter's apartment, and she later told officers that he seemed nervous each time he came by. Then, after this, he's seen slowly driving past the same dumpster from the day before, but this time he doesn't stop. Instead, he went home, where he used a whopping 150 gallons of water between 11 a.m. and 12 p.m. That is a shit ton of water. That's actually 50 times more water than they typically used on an hourly basis. And then between 1 and 2 p.m., 3 license plate readers picked up Naresh driving around Fairfax, Virginia, where it's believed he was disposing of more bags into dumpsters. And then we have him at Walmart at 2 p.m. buying those cleaning supplies that I've already mentioned. After that, at 5:30, he goes back to the same dumpster at the babysitter's apartment, where he throws another 2 bags away. But he doesn't actually go in and pick up his daughter. He leaves and then comes back to pick her up around 7. And then we have August 1st. Now, Naresh's phone was shut off that day, but if you remember from earlier, he admitted to going to a local cafe, which, as we know, was in the same area where Mamta's phone last pinged. Well, investigators went to that cafe, and they found surveillance footage from a nearby gas station that showed Naresh walking into the cafe with a noticeable limp. After he eats and comes outside, he can be seen picking up yet another bag from his car. And they say that he picked it up with either a napkin or like a piece of paper, something like that, probably because he didn't want to get his fingerprints on it. And then get this dummy then goes to one of those donation bins. You know, those little, I think they're normally blue bins. I see them all around town, and they're just for, clothing donations, shoes, things like that. He puts the bag into one of those. Now, luckily, law enforcement was able to retrieve it, and inside the bag was a bath mat with pinkish brown stains on it, which tested presumptive positive for blood. Insane. And the prosecutor wasn't even done there. This was clearly a very big hearing with lots of big bombs being dropped. And I haven't explained this yet, but Naresh and Mamta actually had 2 tenants, a Colombian couple, living in the basement part of their house. And we learned that after the welfare check was performed, Naresh went down there and asked them to help him move his bed, the same bed that was covering that scrubbed up blood stain on the carpet. Now, unfortunately, prosecutors still didn't have the DNA results back from the blood that they had found in the house. They, of course, knew that it was blood from that Blue Star testing, but they needed the lab results to confirm that it belonged to Mamta. And they also revealed some new information about Naresh's Tesla, which, as we know, he sold it on August 19th. But what we didn't know was that this was one day after police asked for consent to search it. It was also revealed that he had disabled its tracking data, which was something that a lot of people were very worried about. And if there was anything else in the car, like blood or DNA, that has not been shared at this point. Then there was a lot of talk about domestic violence, and it painted a very disturbing picture of what was going on in their relationship leading up to her disappearance. And the last thing I'll share, because I know this is a lot of information to process and it's probably getting really confusing, but there were even more Google searches found, and these were from February, including uncontested divorce time, uncontested divorce joint bank account, and what happens if spouse disappears in Virginia. Now, you may have forgotten since I have been going over a ton of evidence here, but this was actually a bond hearing. So all the stuff that we just went over was just the prosecution's way of saying this man should not be out on bond. And once again, the judge agreed. However, the defense still tried to get the arrest warrant thrown out. So they were back in court again on October 10th, or at least they tried to go to court that day. For all these hearings that I've been telling you about, Naresh had a Nepalese interpreter. And so I guess one wasn't available for October 10th, so it got pushed back to November 7th. But I'll spare you the details and just tell you now that the defense ended up withdrawing their motion. Now, in the midst of all of this, another community gathering took place, and it was a very emotional evening. They held a vigil at Signal Hill Park Pavilion and spent a lot of time raising awareness about domestic violence. Survivors stood up and spoke, DV awareness organizations showed up, and even members from the Manassas Park Police Department were there to show their support, which I thought was really, really cool, and you don't see that often. And honestly, at this point, people were upset that Naresh hadn't been charged with murder. And fundamentally, I think people understood that these things take time, but not having that charge was just tough, especially given all the evidence that people knew about thus far. However, on December 2nd, 2024, it finally happened. Naresh Bhatt was charged with first-degree murder, as well as physically defiling a body. It was a long time coming, but the holdup essentially came down to the blood evidence. Before charging him with murder, they needed to make sure that the blood in the house was Mamta's, and that took time. In a press conference, Chief Lugo said that they believed Mamta was deceased from the very beginning and that Naresh dismembered her in order to get rid of the evidence. He also shared that this was the worst crime scene their police department and forensic unit had ever seen. And as for Mamta's supporters, Holly shared that this wasn't a celebration by any means, but there definitely was a sense of relief, followed by a bit of frustration when they found out that his trial was being postponed because basically, instead of having one trial for the concealment charge and then another for the murder charge, the judge said, let's just do it all at once at a later date. And right now, the start date is set for September 8th of 2025. So we've got quite a bit of time to go. The defense has asked for there to be 3 interpreters in the courtroom for Naresh, which will likely be granted. But experts have questioned if the defense will later try and say that Naresh doesn't speak English well enough to understand what he's being asked, and therefore try to get everything thrown out. Hopefully not, but I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, and also sometime in March, it will be determined whether or not the trial will be televised. So that decision may have already been made. I don't know when that's going to happen. And if a decision has been made on that, I will, of course, leave a pinned comment or put something in the description box and also the show notes if you are listening to this episode on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. And there is one final very disturbing piece of evidence that was announced after all of this came out. And again, I just have to warn you, it's so disturbing. So it turns out that DNA testing linked Mamta to blood found on a reciprocating saw, which if you watched my recent episode on the disappearance of Suzanne Simpson, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. It's like a mechanical saw that can be used to cut through some very tough material. And again, just like I said in Suzanne's episode, I don't think I need to paint that picture for you. I'm sorry I even have to put that thought in your mind. It is beyond words horrific and disgusting, and it's just so upsetting. Following this, there was one hearing at the end of December, and it was pretty standard. The prosecution wants to admit the DNA evidence into the trial, and they also want to admit some of the interviews that Naresh gave to reporters. Basically, they believe that showing the jury these videos will allow them to see how Naresh was changing his story. And finally, on January 14th, the officers who worked countless hours on this case were honored by the Nepali community. The Nepali topi is a traditional hat often worn by men during celebrations, and it is a symbol of honor and respect. And that day, to thank them for their efforts, community members placed topi on the heads of officers to symbolize their gratitude. I just thought that was so beautiful. The way that law enforcement and this community came together and supported each other is so rare. We almost never see that. I wish we saw it more often, but it was just so uplifting to see how this all played out and just the overwhelming amount of love and appreciation and support through it all. And the fact that law enforcement took this case so seriously was just incredible to see. And it should always be that way. But again, oftentimes we don't see that, at least in the cases that I report that need coverage. You know, we often see pretty disappointing efforts from law enforcement. Not all the time. Sometimes we see excellent excellent investigative work being done. But just this true support, we don't see that very often. You know, it was really awesome and very uplifting to see this in a case that is so dark, so upsetting, so brutal. And yeah, I loved hearing about this part of this case. Now, they've executed more than 40 search warrants and hundreds of hours of interviews have been conducted. And it blows my mind and just breaks my heart that they still haven't found her. But I have to believe that one day soon they will. At least I hope so. And if you're wondering about Naresh's family, it doesn't sound like they've shown up to help at all. And given what has been alleged about his mom, I guess I'm not entirely shocked. And of course, innocent till proven guilty, but I don't need him to be convicted to say with confidence that Naresh is a piece of shit. He's an abusive, manipulative, low vibrational, garbage, worthless human being that is the only one that belongs in the trash. What he did to Mamta before she even disappeared says everything we need to know about the type of man that he is. And I'm curious to see what the jury has to say about him too. I'm also curious and concerned, wondering if he's going to strike up some kind of deal, but right now, I haven't heard anything about that, so let's just cross our fingers nothing like that happens. If there doesn't end up being a plea deal, and I really, really hope there is not one, I will definitely be following this trial closely, so let me know if you would like additional coverage on that in September when it happens, hopefully unless it's delayed. But overall, I'm just so horrified and angry by all of the details that we now know, and just devastated for Mamta's family and for her daughter. Oh my God. The fact that she didn't even get to be in her daughter's life for the first year is so upsetting. Her daughter will never get the chance to grow up with her mom, never get the chance to know her beyond what her family is able to tell her. And again, she is in the extremely good care of Mamta's family, but still, the dreams that Mamta had of raising her baby girl were stolen from her. And I know I always say this in cases where someone kills their spouse when they have children, but how evil do you have to be to do that, not only to your wife who birthed your child, but also to that child? Like, oh my God, there are no words. I think we can all agree that there's just no world where Mamta ran away. Okay, that did not happen. And I just hope that justice is served and the law comes down as hard as possible, and that happens very soon. I also just wanted to send a message here to Mamta's friends and family, and I hope this makes it to them. But I would be more than happy to make sure that you guys get a hope grant through my foundation, Higher Hope. And if you are interested, please reach out to us. We will try to contact you as well. But we will make sure that if you're in any type of financial need after all of this, which I'm sure is likely the case, we would be happy to help. I know this one was really long, guys. I'm sure it was very confusing, hard to follow, and just beyond upsetting. But if you stuck with me for the entire thing, thank you. I really believe that Mamta's story needs to be heard, and she deserves for people to know what she went through and to know what a beautiful woman she was and person, what a smart person that she was, and just so loved by so many people. Just seeing how many people in the community came out for her, people that didn't even know her. The fact that she had such an impact on her coworkers after not working there for very long tells you everything that you need to know about her. What a massive loss to society. Just horrible. But that is all I have for you guys this week. I will, of course, be back next week to discuss another case. But until then, please stay safe out there.